This conference will now be recorded.
Is it?
Should be.
What, her presentation?
Oh, no, not her presentation, but just the whole webinar.
Yeah, it's all on there.
All right, I got that pulled up, so that'll be fine. All right.
All good? All good, yes, sir. Everybody. I'd like to call the Board of Supervisors meeting to order. As always, let's start with the pledge and a moment of silence. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, thank you. We do have a quorum. We do need to adopt the agenda. Anything we need to add to the agenda this afternoon?
The only question I have, Mr. Chairman, I know we talked briefly, if we need to physically add it on here, but I believe today's objective, besides listening or hearing the requests of departments that you have before you, you're also going to be going through outside agencies and making some decisions, as well as possibly have some discussion on the school funding level, which will aid Jennifer, Brian, and myself to put together for the admin budget that'll be presented next week, so.
Yeah,
I
let's
think those are
do,
additional items.
let's just add it as time if it works. I'd like to roll through and Jennifer and Jonathan, Brian and whoever else has put together this list of discretionary, non-discretionary, departmental and, or not really departmental, but outside services. I'd like to roll through this list this afternoon, kind of give them some direction for the administrative budget. And then also kind of go through some of the departments and if there's any of those that we have to identify after we hear from them all, and kind of give some direction there. On top of that, we are going to talk a little bit about compensation study. So I think those three items at least need to be added on to it. Does that sound reasonable to everybody?
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir.
For your preference, I don't know how long you would anticipate you and your colleagues going through that list. If you think it's a short order, and my respect and requesting this to the board and those in attendance that are on the clock, would you wish to go through the outside agency list first to trim, or what's your purview?
I think we go through outside, I think we go outside agencies, then we could do departmentally, and then we can do pay study stuff. Does that sound reasonable? And that's just to give Jonathan and his team, some direction for next week. Does that work for everybody?
Yes, sir.
And we do have a closed session as stated.
So we're just gonna add that as 2, 3, and 4?
Sure,
So,
sure. And we know there is, 2, 3, and 4. And then we'll do the closed session after that.
So that would set your agenda then, if you guys, did I miss, I don't know if y'all voted on your agenda, since you
We
just
have
said 2,
not,
3, and
we
4.
need a motion of amended,
Yeah.
and then a second.
yeah, so moved.
Second.
Motion made and seconded. Further discussion? Hearing none. All in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye, opposed, same sign. All right, as always, public comment. Public comment. Public comment, Jim? All right, we'll do that again later. Let's start with presentations. Ms. Murray, come up and talk to us about treasurer. Thank you.
Well, good afternoon. You have my budget in front of you. I really don't have a lot to add except what I said in the comments. What I will say is I appreciate that you took the time, that the group took the time to do the salary study, and that they actually did it cheaper than the last salary study was done, so that was a good thing. And I think it did open the eyes to everyone that there were definitely some discrepancies between our office and the market rate. So like I say, I really do appreciate you taking a look at that. My budget did go up a little. Unfortunately, it's all necessities because of the cost of postage, and I don't care how much you try to get people to sign up for the direct online billing, what have you. It's growing, but it's not growing quickly. And we still have to mail a lot of things out each year, and postage has been on the move for almost twice a year for a while now. So the postage that's one of my largest increases. And the DMV fees, the reason why that went up, the DMV stop fees, I will say that is an offset. We get revenue for that, because if we've put a stop on somebody because of unpaid taxes, they have to pay $25 to release it. We in turn turn around and send it to DMV. So that is a wash. So while that makes my numbers look larger, really that one is offset by revenue. So do you have any questions?
Well, I got one, Steph, I guess, and I saw it throughout, so your answer is probably gonna be the same. So, no increases in salaries have been done pending the comp study. But your salary went up 38.48 in your department. So what causes an increase since we haven't done any of that?
I can answer that. We had the 2% increase in December.
Oh, okay.
So that
I knew
2%,
that was gonna be an answer.
You're going to
across the
see that reflected in all the budgets. What's in everybody's budget is today's current salary.
board. Yes.
Okay, that
There
was
you go.
easy enough.
Yeah, it was.
Okay.
Oh, so Madison citizens can get their real estate tax bill electronically now?
They can. You can sign up for an account, a portal, at taxes.madisonco.virginia.gov. That's on the back of the bills that we've been sending out for the last 2 years. And the only bill that you cannot, and hopefully that will change, is the business tangible property. Because that affects, there is a portion of that that hasn't been turned on yet until a few things can be worked out with Avinity
Yeah,
and the commissioner's office on that. That one's not turned on, but you can get regular personal property and real estate.
so did you guys know about that?
You can file, well,
Me either.
yeah. If we had it on we put it on the back of the bill, but I realize not everybody reads every piece of information that's on a bill. They look at the front, see the amount, and then we go from there. But yes, you can. And we do tell folks, so, because it is convenient for them. They can make prepayments online. They can make payments on, just if they want to set up and do a monthly payment online. They can pay their transit occupancy tax online. They can pay meals tax online. We love it.
Okay.
Yeah, I'd assume a lot of people are paying transient occupancy online.
Oh, yes.
Yeah. Oh, they're trendy bunch.
Well, and mostly, when I say that, now the ones that deal strictly with Airbnb or VRBO, those companies now pay it for them. But if you have someone that rents it individually, not through one of those companies, then they file online.
You want to talk, Ms. Murray, about, does anybody else have anything on the operations side? You want to talk at all about your salary adjustments that are recommended by the study and yourself?
Yeah, I feel it's fair. I had actually looked at some local salaries last year, and for the time period that the two in my office have been with the county, the fact that they're both certified master governmental deputy treasurers, I feel that it is fair. When you're looking at the salary studies in other counties, it's not necessarily telling you whether somebody is certified or not, especially some of the ones that are maybe at the lower, like deputy treasurer 1, or and maybe even deputy treasurer 2. So with the, as I say, with the time, with the training they already have, the experience, the office runs very well. If I have to be out, my chief deputy is great, but also so is my deputy. But I can only have one chief deputy treasurer. So they are both trained to do the job. We try to cross-train on everything. So if, heaven forbid, one of us has to be out unexpectedly, 5 years ago that taught me. I mean, we were already cross-trained, but then when I had to be out because of sickness, then really we didn't miss a beat. So that says a lot for the employees in my office. And I don't care who's there, who is in the office. You cannot do it alone. And I appreciate them. It's important to feel appreciated, and they earned it. They earn. It's not just somebody filling a seat. They're doing the job
So
and doing it well.
Did you bring them in on helping prepare the budget and stuff? Have you done that?
I mean, I do it, but
Yeah.
Samantha has helped me with that.
Yeah.
You're good at the recommended salaries?
I am.
There you go. Anybody else have any questions for Ms. Murray? Thank you, Ms.
All
Murray.
right, thank you.
Yes, ma'am. All right, Greg Cave. Come and talk to us, Greg Cave.
I'll try to make this quick while I lose my voice again. All right. So really not that many changes this year. As always, I try to move money around before asking for any increases. And just go down the line here, we did decrease telecommunications. Decreased vehicle equipment maintenance service, increased dues. Dues is like the VACA, the NACA, Virginia Animal Control, National Animal Control that I had to have Alex enrolled in. This is because they have different type of classes that he's going to need to take once he's certified, to keep his certifications up. Communication equipment is like radio upgrades. No increases there. I talked to Brian about that due to the radio project at this time. And I did increase equipment and other in case we need to order like catch poles or leashes or a trap or so. So it's really not that much of a difference. Maybe I think it's $13.79.99 difference. That's what total is what difference in the budget. So pretty much not that much of a difference from last year.
Who has questions for Greg on the operational budget of this? Anybody?
Looks good to me.
Yeah. All right, Greg. Well, before you start talking about salary stuff, how's your new guy doing?
Doing great.
Good.
Yeah. I was out all last week. I was under the weather. And he did really good.
Good.
So I didn't have any problems with it.
All right.
You want to mention, Greg, when he's due for academy, so the board's up to date on that?
He actually starts second week of April for his 3-week at the academy. So once he completes that, he'll be completely certified in turn loose.
Anybody have questions? All right, talk about your compensation study stuff, Greg, please.
All right. So we did do a 2-tier system. It's where once Alex, he's currently in the 1-tier system right now. Once he completes the academy, he would be bumped up to the 2nd tier, where he would start working on like advancement courses, advancement trainings and classes. A lot of these trainings are taught in the academy, but they're not as detailed or in-depth as when you do attend these other courses. He's doing great. Like I said, last week, didn't have any complaints. He kept the fort down while I was out. He's only been here maybe 4 months, I believe. I just don't want Madison to be very much a stepping stone where they can come here and get certified, move over to the neighboring county, and they can make thousands of dollars more. We have our neighboring county now that's pretty much hiring the same exact position, animal control, non-LE certified, and they're starting off $13,000 more than what we're currently starting at. There's a lot of expense, a lot of training hours that's involved in this. I just don't want to go through and train him and then have to lose him to another county. And I did notice with the compensation study, it was based on the 5 years for the chief animal control position. I did let the study know that last month actually makes 16 years that I've been with the county. 12 of those I managed the animal shelter until that position was abolished in 2008. So
Those-
that long was a savings.
Those were your 12 good years,
Yeah.
right?
Sir.
All right, there you go. Keep going.
So, yeah, that was a tremendous savings to the county and something I never was compensated for. I just got paid the one salary for doing the animal control. And when I go to these conventions and these seminars, I always ask, because I know Madison, Culpeper, and there's one position in Greene County where they are animal control and some positions are dual certified as law enforcement. Madison, Culpeper, and one position in Greene is just, we just do animal control, we're not dual certified. However, so I know that's a lot more responsibilities where certain localities are certified and everything under law enforcement. However, they don't have the amount of after-hour calls and emergency calls as we do. When I go to these seminars and these conferences, and I ask, you know, how many times do you get called out a year? And they tell me, once or twice a year. We get called out once, twice a day, a weekend. So the on-call volume is double, triple, here lately. I don't know what's going on, I guess grass is green. So I do feel that the increases are justified and they're necessary in hopes that you feel it's important. So that's my opinion on that. I will say, I agree with Stephanie. Out of 16 years I've been here, I've seen a lot of these job studies come across the table. This here was the most accurate studies. They actually listened to us. We could actually voice our opinion and tell, you know, our concerns. So I think y'all, they did an amazing job on it.
Anybody have questions for Greg on salary or operations? Anything y'all want to add back here?
Thank you for that. Some of these positions you'll see, and we talked about this when we rolled out the draft study initially to the board, is creating that tier that Greg talked about. So certainly, we want to compensate those when they get that certifications, but, you know, at what level, you know? So you really should look at someone entry level, and that's what creating separation with an animal control officer 1 versus a 2. The 1 recognizes they need to be, you know, they're green. They need to have orientation. They haven't been through academy. So we felt like to, you know, be somewhat marketable, but you'll get to market once you get that academy. And I think that's fairness on the employer side as, you know, they get skin in the game. The reward comes once you get that certification and you can go do the things that need to be done and in rotation with him. So again, when you go through, you'll see some of these 1 or 2 levels. I think we did that. EMS isn't here, but we did that with lieutenant divisions recently, and I think we had that same approach when you talked to Mr. Ferguson. So again, trying to be marketable but equitable to the county as well.
Everybody good on Mr. Cave? Thank you, Greg.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Sean, you're here. Why don't you come on up and talk to us about emergency communication?
Good afternoon.
Sure.
When I took over there at the beginning of January, you know, the first week there where they had to submit the budget, so I was kind of caught behind the 8 ball, but luckily Brian and Ashley, my assistant, had done a lot of work on it already. It really didn't do too many changes. I tried to just do some market increases, things like cost of toner, along those lines. Now, my budget is approximately 15% less than last year's. That's just because there's some reallocation of some large items from the 911 shop to county admin, things like property rentals, and programs and things like that, that actually Brian took with him since he is the one that maintains those. Other than that, pretty much all my numbers stayed the same, with a few increases, things like vehicle maintenance. I know that vehicle's gonna need tires and brakes this year. But other than that, that's pretty much where everything stands. We do have a potential capital expense coming up for our recording system. We were told that the vendor is going to no longer support it here, so we might have a year or 2 left on it, but we're trying to be proactive and we're out searching for a new vendor. And of course, we'll be talking to you when those numbers come in and what kind of decisions we need to make with that. Any questions on the budget?
Anybody? All right, let's talk about salaries.
I'm not sure if you remember back when I interviewed with you, this was one of my main talking points was being competitive, being marketable. And I didn't even know this study was in the works really, and it kind of almost mirrored exactly what I said and what my goals are. It increases our salaries to be competitive with our local jurisdictions, but also with our comparable jurisdictions. But then it also, with that three-tiered aspect, just like Greg mentioned and Jonathan, that gives me the ability and flexibility to compensate people, to give them a little upward mobility within a position. Because if we send them to training, they become a training officer, they want to become a supervisor and get the extra classes, I have a way to compensate them and reward them for that initiative. I think it's a very fair, the numbers look good to me. That's pretty much all I have to say about it.
So Sean, I'm looking at the comp study here. So dispatcher 1, dispatcher 2, they're two new categories, and we don't have anybody in those categories right now? Is that?
We have basically one level dispatch. John, did you want to?
Yeah, sorry, Mr. Ferguson. So currently you have a dispatcher.
Yeah.
And then they have, I'm not sure if there's a different trainer. They have a shift supervisor. I believe that's Ms. Shiflett. So she does training in a multitude of things. So that's where the first supervisory level heads towards. And then you have your assistant director and our director, Mr. Ferguson. So this is breaking it out. So there's some growth for them. They go through certifications and things that Mr. Ferguson identifies as their incentives. So then you can have some mobility between the 1, 2, and 3, ultimately, hopefully gaining some supervisory experience so you can grow and be a supervisor when folks retire.
Yeah, just spitballing it with the three tiers. The first, obviously, tier 1 would be the new person gets their certification. Tier 2 is going to be they get certified as a trainer, which is like another week class. And then tier 3 is they have all the certifications they need to be a supervisor, but they aren't yet. That way, I can have someone who's trained and ready to go as a supervisor, and when a position opens up, I can just plug them right in. It's not like I plug them in and I got to send them to classes and things like that. So it's able to give me the ability to compensate them for that initiative.
All right. Other questions, comments? You're good with what's proposed at this point, though?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Anybody? All right. Thank you, Sean. Yes, sir. Well, we are doing well. Is Mooney coming? All right. Yeah, see if Lauren's over there. You mind? All right. Yeah, let's do yours. Are you, yes, sir, please. Apologize, Jim.
All right, good afternoon. Thank you all for having us. We're representing here today the Office of the Registrar as well as the Office of the Electoral Board. And we have Electoral Board members with us today. Our Secretary is Brian Mitchell, newly appointed, doing a great job. And we've got a really exceptional team. Mike Sherman was coming, I don't know if he's here or not, he's the Vice Chair. And of course, you all know Lauren Eanes, our phenomenal registrar. The package that I gave you is in supplement to what we thought as a budget. And you'll notice it has a cotter pin on it. Each of us here have Class A's, and I know Supervisor Jewett has a bunch of Class B's around, or Class A's around. We have Class B's. But we all know that this is probably the least expensive piece of equipment on our tractors, but if it fails, we're toast. Nothing works. Yesterday, when we were discussing finishing up the first of all, the canvas, our vice chair presented an analogy that actually the office of the elections, the two bodies, are in fact the cotter pin of the county government. Electoral boards are sworn officers appointed under Article 2, Section 8 of the Constitution of Virginia, and as such, organizationally, the electoral board sits pari passu or on equal footing with the Board of Supervisors, the judiciary, the Commonwealth's attorneys, or the constitutional officers, and the school board. The smallest in that line of government, but as we'll demonstrate, pretty much the cotter pin. We're going today, I'm going to give you some introductory remarks, Lauren is going to go over any questions you have with the budget. I'll come back. We've got some supplemental information on capital expenditures, and then we'll address the salary study with you as well. As we said, if the Office of Election fails, county government fails, and we're actually left with nothing but the judiciary and the electoral board. So the EB really is the cotter pin of government. Responsibilities of the electoral board include the appointment of officers of election, as well as it is our job to appoint the general registrar who works at the pleasure of the electoral board. We're fortunate to have such a phenomenal general registrar here in Madison. I've put out some of the, recognizing that the position is mandated. The General Assembly passed 24.2-211 or -111, which pretty much set forth the compensation and the expenses and who's to pay them. We say that the General Assembly determines the compensation recommendations for the general registrar. That cost is reimbursed, similar to the way the comp board works for the constitutional officers, but a little bit different. It's through the GA, General Assembly. And in addition, we're to pay other reasonable expenses, and if there is a question as to whether or not the expenses are reasonable, then the arbiter of that is the State Board of Elections. We have run things very, very tightly here. I've got it all there. You can look at it as far as the requirements are. The one provision is the conducting elections as required by this title requires really highly specialized knowledge. I would say more so than even constitutional officers with possible exception of the clerk of the court and the Commonwealth's attorney. We, as second visual, these are the election laws of the state of Virginia. This is pretty much the regulations that are provided to work. We also are subject to numerous other statutes, federal and state, regarding election laws. The general registrar has to be conversant, and big trouble if we are in violation of any of those. We take these jobs very, very seriously. You'll see the list of goals, objectives, duties, and the various and sundry things that the general registrar does. I got asked the other day, he said, well, what do they do? They just work during elections. Well, I wish. There's a tremendous amount to be done. Lauren is going to answer any questions you might have on the budget that we presented earlier. I'll come back and deal with this issue that's come up on the capital improvements as well as the salaries. It would be improper for her to discuss that. Okay?
Lauren, who would you like to start?
Hey, good afternoon. Whichever one you have up is fine. Let's see, where are we at? That's the registrar's budget?
Yeah.
Okay, so to start with that one, not a lot of changes here. I did increase or ask for an increase in wages for my assistant, and that's Natasha Bledsoe. We asked for a couple dollars more per hour for her. She's a great asset to the office. She does all of the communication with the election officials, which saves the electoral board from having to do that. She works 3 days a week and wants to do that, which everyone can probably agree that it's really hard to find part-time help who are knowledgeable and a good resource and know what they're doing. And it keeps us as a county from not having to ask for a full-time position. We are, and you'll see it later in the comp study too, but we're the only locality anywhere around us that doesn't have full-time help. I'd like to keep it that way. I think we do a good job with it, but to do that, I also need to keep the good part-time help that I have. So that's the only reason for the increase there. Data processing services, a little bit lower down. We asked for a $300 increase for that. That's just if we have to hire Charles to do something in the office. Sometimes there's things that IT can't do for us, and so we contract Charles for that. Most of it falls under the electoral board budget, but once in a while it's something that we have to do office related that doesn't have to do with elections. And then we had a decrease of $500 in postage, and we thought that that would probably be okay to come down on. Postage has increased, but we were planning on one less election. And that's it. Everything else stayed the same except increase of $100 on mileage, and that's just because we have one more training session located in Richmond, and all the other trainings for the region that we're in are typically in like Loudoun, Arlington, Fairfax, places like that. So it's pretty decent travel when we do go to those. And then office equipment we hadn't originally decreased, but then when I met with Jennifer, we talked about how we probably thought we could lower that. So a decrease in office equipment. Any questions on that one from you guys?
Very good.
Okay.
Let's move to the next one.
Just curious, why is there one less election?
So last year contains this election in it that we just ran for the presidential primary. So a typical election year is just two, a June election for a primary and then a November general. But every 4 years you have three, which is the March presidential primary. And we do get a reimbursement back for that. So hopefully it's not going to cost the county a lot of money, but you never know what you're getting until afterwards. So the county fronts the money and then the government reimburses it. Okay, so the electoral board budget, just going down, we basically just moved a lump sum of $7,800 from office supplies to data processing services. That was for election programming that we pay to Hart, who's our vendor for the election equipment. That's for them to set up the election and what it cost us to do that. For three of them, it was originally in office supplies, and we just thought it made more sense for it to be listed under data processing services. So that's just a lateral move of $7,800. And we do always, Mr. Buchanan, budget for 3 elections. That's just to cover in case there's a special election. So FY24 technically budgeted for 4 elections. This year we're budgeting for 3. Moving down to training services, we asked for an increase in $500 for that. Again, that's for 3 elections, but we did start training our election officials last year. Not training, we have always trained them. We started paying them for training just to try to keep election officials because it's hard to get people to do this job anymore. Electoral board fees went up slightly. That was just due to the 2% raise and then the raise prior to that that wasn't reflected in the old one. And that amount is set by the state. Officer of election fees, we asked for an increase in $5,000, and that's just basically planning for a presidential year. We're going to be really busy. We need more election officials at the polling places to man them and to make sure that things don't happen that end up getting somewhere like this on the news. So more election officials on election day in November, essentially. Repairs and maintenance stayed the same. Advertising went down a couple $100. We kind of know that it costs us $300 to $400 to run an ad in the paper, and we have to do that one time for every election, so we decreased in that. Office supplies, the only change there is moving the $7,800 to the other one, and that's what all of our other election supplies come out of. So ballots, signs, anything that you might need at the precincts. And lease buildings went down a little bit to reflect some money off of the elections. We did go up a little bit in the rent, so that decrease is just the offset of the elections. Any questions from you all on that one?
Anybody?
No?
All right. Thank you, Lauren.
Thank you. Oh, okay. Sure, I can do that. Okay. So, our equipment vendor, Hart, a lot of you all may have heard or remember back in 2017, we had just a couple weeks to purchase new equipment because the state at the last minute kind of said that you had to have paper ballots for the November 2017 election. So Diana had to come here, ask for a lot of money at the last minute, get the equipment, get it in. We're trying to take a more proactive approach to that. So the equipment that we have has been told to us from the company that it's got a lifespan of 10 to 13 years. So we're looking at like 2027 at the earliest. It is a very large amount of money to replace all that equipment. So we just wanted to kind of make you guys aware that, you know, in the next few years, that might be something that we're looking towards. There's also a new certification that's come out. It's called VVSG, that if you buy new, you have to buy that. The problem with that is that's kind of the same thing that happened last time, where the state, before you needed to, cut it off and said you have to go to this one. So we just kind of wanted to make the county aware for capital improvements that, you know, in the next couple years, new equipment might be something that we need to purchase. Now, out of the grand total of the equipment, I know that was here somewhere. Okay. Okay, so the estimated total to replace exactly what we have now is $163,505, which is a lot of money. What we would like to do is spend about half of that if we have to, and only replace the scanners, which is the actual device that reads the ballot, because more than half of that back in 2017 was spent on ADA compliant machines that have never been used. So you have to have them because they're ADA compliant. But hopefully, and I've reached out to the vendor today and I'm just waiting on an answer, we can keep what we have there and only have to replace the scanners when we do a replacement. None of this is super, you know, has to be done anytime soon. We just wanted to make the county aware of it so that we can plan going forward.
Mr. Chairman, may I?
Yeah, why
All
not?
right, caught my attention. So we think not FY '25?
No, that would be like 2027 at the earliest, just looking at a 10-year lifespan.
Oh, good.
Just trying to put
Oh,
it
yeah.
out there. Be
Good.
proactive,
And we'll-
not the opposite.
We're not going to hold you to the total amount, but as far as right now.
So exactly what he said, to replace everything that we currently have, was the quote from 2017 minus the discounts plus 20%, and that puts you at $163,505. But a lot of that was the cost of those ADA compliant machines, so hopefully we can not replace those, and I'll keep you guys posted on that.
Okay, thank you.
Those machines get used
Never.
during testing.
Yeah.
All right,
Testing to see that the logic in action is
But-
correct. That's never been used for voting.
Will you all be evaluating lease versus purchase? I mean, I know ultimately we'll make a recommendation to the board, but I think last time we did it like over 5 years, if I remember correctly, I think, for those machines.
We did. There was a loan from a company or a bank that Hart worked with at the time. So the
So they
county
explore-
put like a portion of the payment down, and then over 5 years, we made one payment.
So I'm assuming y'all would
Thank you.
explore those avenues again? All right, thank you.
but you all are talking about replacing the scanners,
That's
Yes.
all I would like to replace if we have to
but in 2027,
at the earliest.
or sooner than later.
Actually, what we're waiting for
Could be later.
is for the State Board of Elections to say we will no longer support what you have.
Right.
Okay,
As far as the electoral board and myself is concerned, what we have works, and we're going to use it until it doesn't work, or we're not allowed to use it. But this is just kind of making you all aware that
but you said you could replace the scanners for about half the cost at $81,752. When are you proposing that we replace those?
2027 would still be the earliest that we
Okay,
would
all
ever
right, so we're
propose that.
several years
Yes.
out on a
Yeah.
number
Yeah, we're just
that
talking
potentially
like
could
capital
change
improvements.
drastically.
We know that you kind of want those
Uh-huh.
in advance, or, you know, the county might want to start putting away money now for it.
All
So
right.
that was the only
All right.
concern there. Yes, sir.
Get it on the
Please.
list.
I just have a quick question. So what happens if one goes down?
So we have
Yeah,
spares.
So there's a spare there?
Yes, sir.
And
Yep.
then do we replace that at that time?
We
If you
can
want that?
send them off and have them serviced, which can normally fix it. I've never had one that wasn't able to be repaired.
Is it under warranty, or do we have to pay for that?
We used to have a warranty. When the service agreement ran out, we stopped with the warranty. So at this point, we would just pay for the repair, whatever it cost, or you would buy a new one if it was comparable in cost to do that.
Gotcha, and I just want to be clear, so is it equipment leasing, you could do something like that, like in 2030 when we need to replace these? It's just like a lease that you pay over 5 years? for these
So
machines?
we owned them, but we got a loan for them originally, and the county just paid the loan back over 5 years.
Okay.
Yeah.
I don't know, there's other ways to finance it that makes sense, I don't know if it's,
It could be.
Depending upon the tax law at the time, whether you do a lease purchase or straight out capital lease or straight out operating lease.
got it.
And that one was a very like rushed ordeal where they had to make a decision and do something in a short amount of time. So Hart's offer kind of came to the table with everything. Here's this bank, they can give you the money. You can buy the equipment. It was like an all-in-one deal, but we would of course explore more avenues for
Gotcha.
that in not such a rush situation.
Got it.
Right, but the reason for it then was the State Board of Elections said lots of change for this election. Right? And so that's what we're waiting for, the dreaded letter of we will no longer support the equipment as of this date. That's when we start purchasing.
So what triggers that, Jim?
State Board of Elections.
No, I mean, what would trigger their decision?
They would
They would just-
decertify the
They just
equipment
think
that
the
we're
equipment's
using now.
Too old and.
Yeah,
Right.
I mean, that's what happened before when we had the DRE machines, which were the ones that you touch the screen on. The state just decertified them and said that everyone had to go to paper ballots. I don't really see that happening here because it's still paper ballots one way or another. It's just, whether they want you to be on this new software and machine at a certain point, or if they let you do it over time as your equipment needs to be replaced, which would make the most sense. And in our case, you might be able to get 13 years out of it instead of 10 and not have to do that.
But we have, three primary things when we put them on our accounting list. It's the mean time before failure, which
Yeah.
is going to be the longest one. Technical obsolescence, we're beyond that already. And the vagaries of the state board.
Uh-huh.
All right, so we should encumber some money in capital improvement for the potential purchase of these in 2027. It's good that we're looking long-term.
Sorry, Glenn.
I don't know. I mean, the problem is that we watch what happened before, and I really want to say that it's lobbyists that have a big factor into this with decertification of the machines, because I remember this the last
Right.
time. But if the Department of Election comes out and says that these machines are obsolete and will not work, and
If
we
they
switch
say
back
that
to electric,
tomorrow.
or we do any of this,
Right.
it's kind of up to them, and we've got to find the funds to make sure the elections
Yeah, I mean,
go
if
with
they
the
come
linchpin.
forward tomorrow
Yeah.
and say that, we would have to make this purchase right now, but
Correct.
none of that should happen.
Let's hope. All right, it's on the radar. What else do you have to go over? Now we go into salaries? Awesome, let's do that.
Thank you very much, Lorna. See how well she did on her feet? Because I was intentionally going to do this and not her. In looking at the salaries, the plan that was done seemed to have a focus on longevity. I don't like that as a basis for salary increases or decreases. And the analytics were really not comparable to what we do. The best metrics to use for how we deal with salary adjustments here and how efficient we are in what we do is look at other localities that are our similar size, and similar size means the same number of voters, of registered voters. So we looked at a number of the different, on a basis of registered voters, looked through information provided through the State Board of Election and other sources, governmental sources. And I produced this summary chart using the two metrics that I think are probably more indicative of how well Madison's doing. And we looked at Dixon County, Amelia, Northumberland, Madison, Grayson, Williamsburg, all average 10,500 voters ranging from 10,100 to 10,600. Looked at the registrar's budget and the electoral board budget. Because there's not a uniformity in those, it's better to compare just to the total EB and GR budget, which is what we did. And then looked at the metrics of what is the total cost per registered voter of the voting function. And you'll see we're from a high at 33 in Grayson, a really rural county, in Dixon County, to a low of 23, which is Madison. If you look at the registrar's compensation, they're all at 84,494, and this is all 2024 numbers. And the reason for that is that's the General Assembly's number. The General Assembly says this is what it shall be based upon this number of registered voters, but the county can supplement. And what we found in this, of these counties we looked at, Northumberland supplements by paying COLA, cost of living adjustments that the county adopts, as well as the county's raises. And if you look at the voters per full-time equivalents, Lauren just mentioned we don't have one. We're low at 1.6 FTEs in the function. And the average voters per full-time equivalent is 5,200. In Madison, it's 6,500, heads and shoulders above everybody else. And that, on those two metrics, which are pretty basic, it shows that we're without question the most efficient user of taxpayer funds there. And why is that? Well, there's a reason for it. And notwithstanding the fact that 24-2.111 gives us the ability to have all reasonable expenses incurred, we do a lot of that as a balance between the electoral board and the general registrar's office. The GR staff conducts all the business of the office, plus they handle all the early voting now, and we've got 45 days, 33 working days of early voting. So these other offices are hiring 2 of their electoral board or 2 of their election officials to handle the early voting, while the registrar and the deputy are doing the registrar kind of stuff. Lauren does that all here. The EB and GR equipment custodian, and that is Charles. He's also appointed by the EB and the general register. We do the annual cybersecurity, and we just finished doing the LESS, and I don't know what that acronym stands for, 150 plus questions, yes or no answers only, although many of them were NA. So you have to answer them and then plan a remediation to deal with it. The cost for doing those from outside vendors is $4,700 to $9,500. We do it in-house. The EB conducts the ADA and related federal and state voter accessibility for the handicapped, the 3 different federal laws. The county person who does that said it's not his job description, do it for the electoral board, so we trucked out, the electoral board members trucked out with levels, measures, no transients, because only we didn't have them. Did all the measurements, found that we were compliant, and then thanks to our vice chair, Mike Sharman, Mr. Cotterpen, suggested that, well, all of our buildings are pre-ADA, so they're excluded from those provisions. So that doesn't keep people from sending us nasty grams that they weren't compliant with. Nevertheless, we do that rather than sending it out, as most all jurisdictions do. We have, and then that 15-page accessibility questionnaire, as I said, we did that on the ADA. The GR prints and mails all the absentee ballots. Many jurisdictions, they farm that out. It's about $4.65 a letter in the old postal rates. We rely on sworn officers of election and members of the EB to transport equipment. And it was serendipitous that we ended up with Hart because it's easily stored here on site. The other equipment is much larger, could not be managed by our election officials, some of whom have to manage both the walker and the equipment. We're getting to be older election officials. And we don't have to then pay for bonded off-site storage and bonded transportation to the polling places. So there are a number of other things, too, that we can get into if you're interested. But these cost savings are significant. They're really enjoyed by the county, not because of the longevity of the service, but because of the efficiency and the meritorious service that our general registrar does. So as you complete the salary and compensation study, we're not asking for a specific number, but would suggest that it's reasonable that since we are saving those amounts, there should be some way to accommodate a splitting of the savings between the GR to recognize her over and above work and the savings that the county enjoys. If you have other questions, be more than happy to answer. We'll get Lauren too, or the other EB members.
All right.
You got a number to put to that?
Yeah, that's exactly. I mean, yeah, we need a number to put to this. I mean, and we can do our own stuff.
I'll
like-
put a number back to you.
All right, all right, all right. Okay. Anybody got any questions? Thank you all very much.
Certainly.
Yeah, let's do, Mr. Wilkes, come up and talk to us. Excuse me. Yeah, you got a question or something? No, all right, just making sure. Jamie, come up and talk to us, please. Oh, good, good. That's what we were looking for.
Probably one of the easiest ones we're gonna have to deal with today. Well, good afternoon, everyone. Our budget, it doesn't change a whole lot typically. There's no major expenditures. I guess the only thing that's in question is, everyone knows we're looking for a zoning administrator, so eventually we'll be interviewing and hire someone, and that salary would be the only question mark. Everything else is pretty much straightforward. For the next budget cycle, we will be adding a vehicle replacement, but that's the next cycle, not this cycle. I don't know what to tell you. This is not a whole lot to add to it. I can talk some more if you want, but.
All right. Does anybody have questions for Jamie Wilkes?
There's
Let me
not a
see.
lot. Trying to make it simple for you all.
Yeah, we do appreciate that. All right, go to, what else do you have for us, Jamie Wilkes? The next one.
Which one are we talking about? What's the next one?
Should be zoning.
The Board of Building Code Appeals?
No.
Yes. Building code appeals and BZA.
There you go.
Okay, the Building Codes Appeals is, we have to have an item for it, but it's, I've been a building official 12 years, and we've had one appeal. I wasn't here. And I checked, the best I could find out, my predecessor, Wes, had one. It's very infrequent you get them. So there's not a lot to budget for. It could happen, but it's rare. BZA is, you guys know that one, that's more common. Anything zoning wise is more common, so the building code, I don't ever anticipate it, but it could happen on a rare occasion. It's very rare. Unless you want to adopt property maintenance, then it'll be a nightmare. Let's say no to that.
No, we have too many junkyards for
Let's
that.
say no to that.
All right.
BZA, it's more common. Zoning's a funny little animal, which you all are well aware of. You can't set for sure how many you're gonna have a year. I think this month, you have 2 on the BZA hearing, 2 cases being heard.
Big month.
I think it's
Yeah.
this month.
Big month. Oh.
Yep. There's 2 cases being heard. I don't, most of this budget is pretty self-explanatory, and there's not much change from last year.
And to all of y'all's, your recommendation, other than operations, which I agree with you are all fairly easy to understand, going down the salary study, all of y'all have been adjusted, and you're at a flat fee on that.
Yes,
Yes, sir.
we tried hard to make sure we were getting people and compensating them, because today's world, people will jump ship in a heartbeat. And we don't need that right now. We have good people working for us, hard workers, dedicated. We're not nickel and diming them, we're trying to be fair with them. We
Yeah.
wouldn't be opposed to raises if you want to
No,
shut them
no,
down.
we got some other ones we need to deal with, but no, I think your comments are, that's
Yeah,
exactly
we try
right.
and keep them
Yes, sir.
at a fair salary.
Yes, sir.
So that, the master combination inspector, Jamie, that's
Yes.
something we're creating so somebody could move into, is that
Yes.
right?
That way, a lot of departments have this problem, they have a
Okay.
combination inspector,
Yeah,
and that's it for them. So later down in their career, there's nowhere to go.
God dang,
They're
it
gonna
is
jump ship.
hard. That is right. No, I
We
remember.
create this master one,
Yeah. Have
because we have a
somewhere to go.
residential accommodation inspector. And the master would be getting all the commercial ones, because right now, nobody can do commercial inspections but the building official.
That's, Carl's headed that way.
And Carl's working towards that.
How much longer do you think he has on that?
Well, right now,
I mean, I understand he is making pretty significant progress.
he's done some, but
Yeah.
you gotta wait on the state classes right now. We're waiting on a class that hadn't, they post them first half of the year, second half of the year. First half of the year, class he needs is not there. I mean, Carl's a sharp dude, though. You know, he's intelligent, knows the code. I foresee no problem that happening. It just, there's a series of steps. There's 4 more certs, just like the residential.
And this was, I think this goes back to fall. We brought this to the Board of Supervisors to discuss and create a pathway. This is probably one of the first departments where we started a certification, a more advanced certification process. So while we say new position, it's not a new funded position.
Right.
It gives an opportunity, because they have a letter that says these certifications, these increases, and then become this position. So it's to give room for someone who's very motivated.
Yeah, we wanna be able to have a path for people. There's no path, you know, they're gonna look somewhere, and we don't want that.
And-
He's a member of the community, you know, he's tied to the community, we wanna make sure he stays.
And
Well,
what,
and our other people too.
and it's the flexibility that Jamie talked about, and we hope to get that as well as with Joe with ENS. So you're going out to the same place, whether you're looking at silt fence for ENS or whatever it may be. So by having these dual certifications, it gives flexibility where you may not need to bring on a new inspector during these peak years where you may have housing booms, or it can allow people to help in other areas during the downturn. So that was a thought process in it. But they've advanced very well.
Yeah, and it helps greatly if we have multiple people in office that can do multiple things. You know? Some counties, you go like Charlottesville, you call an electrical inspector, that's all you're getting, and you're not getting anything else. We show up, you called for that, but you got 4 other things, right? We're gonna do it. We're not gonna make you call back in, get someone else to come back out. We don't do that. We do them while we're there. Saves everybody, including us, time.
It's a better service for the citizens. That's the name of the game.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right, anybody have anything else for Jamie Wilkes? Thank you, Jamie Wilkes.
All right. That was easy.
We'll make it harder next year. Oh,
That's not me next year.
Brian, you come and talk to us. Yeah, come on. Mooney, you're next. Yes, sir. You got sports, Mooney? Oh, you need to go, or do you want Brian to go? Brian, go ahead, let's go.
You wanna look at, budget first?
Yeah.
Alright, the only, so I did leave, 12,000 for a part-time employee. Hopefully have somebody work the deeds. So left that in there. That was originally for our temporary full-time position that we needed to fill. But that's going away next month. But I did want to leave that in there for a part-time employee. Moving down to, I thought I was gonna give y'all a good reduction there on the, reducing that 13.5 down to 8,000. But I just learned last week that they're pulling the plug on my software, and I'm gonna have to go out and get new real estate software. So I think it should be about the same based on the numbers that I've seen. But that should be flatlined at like 13.5, or somewhere. I'm trying to get better numbers there. But I'm thinking that's gonna have to change back to 13.5. And the rest of it's like, rate increases on postage. Oh, yeah, the comment there was potentially, and I guess it's more of a Jennifer question, but about combining, combining some of the different line items or different cost centers into one. You know, we've always maintained a land use cost center and a personal property cost center, and, you know, I don't exactly know the history behind that, but consider putting it all into just one commissioner revenue budget.
Yeah. Ms. Warren, you have any comment on that?
No, but I do agree that it would be better to put it all into one budget instead of having separate line items.
Right. Again, moving down, kind of take the Jamie approach here. It's not a lot of movement there, just a little bit more for some training, new employees. I got younger employees, so, or newer employees, so do have a little bit more in training there. Depending on which software company we go with, it may adjust that BamaNet line item you see there. Again, I had something kind of, the rug pulled out from underneath of me last week, and I'm trying to hurry around and get numbers, and so we can get this in this budget. So some of those I might have to come back and say, hey, I want to move these around a little bit, but I don't think it's going to be too drastic. The big part would be in the capital side, and I think that's compensated for there. Any other questions? So we did see a rate increase on JD Power.
Yeah, that's
our
huge.
vehicle valuations. Yeah, about 2 years ago, JD Power bought NADA, and they and they're kind of the only player in the game. We've looked at like Kelly Blue Book and other as an statewide association, and we've negotiated this down some as a statewide commissioners association. Again, there's still some moving pieces there to try to keep those prices down, but they kind of got control on that, and we don't have a lot of influence. I mean, you know, of course, if we can all get together as a statewide association, you got millions of vehicles versus each. Traditionally, every locality has negotiated their own, and the prices were so low before, it really didn't matter. But now we're trying to get together and use that collective bargaining to affect some of that.
So, if I may, Brian, I think what we've captured in CIP for the system that you're referring to is, I guess we could call it a not-to-exceed price, but we have captured it in capital at $100K. Is that still a good?
Yeah, I think so. It's a good estimate. And again, using the Jamie approach, nothing else. I don't think it's moving too big there.
Anybody have anything for Brian on operations? Talk about salaries, please, Brian.
Sure. So mine's actually a decrease on both positions. You know, we had a recent retiree, so that obviously the personnel change affected that. But you know, I do want to kind of placehold for my current deputy is moving to the chief deputy. And I would like to bump her up to 55,000. She does have 2 years of experience and has exceeded my expectations as, you know, a newer employee. She's doing very well. So rather than the 54, what is that, 485, I'd like to take it up to 55. Just like I said, she's got some years of experience and she's exceeded my expectations. I think that's pretty insignificant change there. I do like the, you know, it was kind of Jonathan, or sorry, Mr. Weekly and Ms. Warren's idea of creating the deputy chief position, which I do very much, I am in favor of. Give somebody a way to progress, and, you know, and not have to send them looking elsewhere. Don't currently have anybody planning to fill that position, but that's a great position to move into once you get some years' experience, certifications, et cetera.
And I think for that there, it brings parity between the commissioner and treasurer's office. I think they had that other deputy position, Brian did not, so again, if you think of someone that just started, Destiny, I think, is a recent new hire, that gives her mobility. I think I said that right. So if they get their deputy certification or same certification as chief deputy, it gives that mobility. So again, it's given that certification, but also it should be giving them more duties and things they can do to enhance the service that folks receive at the counter when they come into your office.
Any questions along those?
But you're okay with her prospective salary at 38,721?
Correct. Like I said, I would like to take, hopefully we can go to 55 on the other salary rather than 54.
54,485.
Right.
How's that fit within the range, Jonathan?
The 54,485 was the minimum, so I'd like to pay her a little bit more than the minimum, on that grade 17.
What's the range on that one?
1 second.
No, you're fine. You're fine.
52, well, I see 52,075 is a minimum.
On the 17?
Yeah.
Sorry, I missed it.
Is that what you got, Jonathan?
If you can bring, 1 second, just,
Yeah.
just gonna bring up the overall study. Part of this, I'm a time gap filler as well, but you'll have non-public safety and public safety scales, so, right now, currently, everything's in one, so Jennifer will have that.
It's a 17 starts at, the new scale that we're recommending, a 17 starts at 54,485. The mid-range is 67,070, and the high range, the max, is 82,564.
And I believe,
That's
correct me, the
changed
chief
what I got.
deputy here is the same grade as the chief deputy and the treasurer.
I believe that's correct. And the reason you see a different amount is because the old scale, we're recommending this new scale to start at the $12 per hour, which is minimum wage now, or the minimum we can start, where the old one started at like $10 and something. So the ranges are up a little bit because the grades are up, the minimum is up just a little bit based on that.
And that's per General Assembly, so back, let me get on the mic here. Back when Governor Northam was in office and the General Assembly, at that time, they made these minimum wage increments. So by law, certain years you have to get up to eventually $15 an hour minimum wage in the state of Virginia, and I think that is by January 1, 2027. So, yeah, so Jennifer's got that. In your comp study under the ranges, that notation is there based on General Assembly action.
Yeah, Jennifer, I'm looking at a pay study as of 2/7/24, version 12, so that's an old version.
Where did you find that one?
Oh, I guess you all gave it to
is-
us way back on the 7th of
I'm
February.
looking at that one too. I'm on page,
ago.
I'm on page
looking at
8 of the PDF.
Oh, I've got the Excel version open
Okay.
with the tab Commissioner of Revenue, say. so-
You might have, because I did put a tab in there for the old pay scale.
All right,
but-
I'll just send
The
you
only one I've got on this, and I hate to be a pain in the neck on it, but I do think that you've got, and I appreciate, and I think it's your responsibility to certainly ask for these. I mean, you're the representative of the office. A 41% increase in pay is,
That's not
It's
correct.
it,
not a
where's,
41%.
go
So,
ahead.
it's a 9% decrease from position. When you evaluate position, that position was being paid 60,000 prior to. And so that is a 9% decrease. It was a personnel change associated with that. However, that is actually a 9% decrease in position. So Rebecca is going to take on, again, personnel change. However, she's exceeded expectations by far. She's going to take on those responsibilities that previous chief deputy had. And I do, you know, I very much am in favor. You know, again, I was asking for the 55 versus the 54 as the minimum. You know, I think without changing the grade on that, you're still at 54, 485. However, I am going to ask for support for the 55.
What y'all want to do?
To go from 54,485 to 55? Yeah,
yeah.
I'm good.
All right. Fine, let's move on. What else you got, Brian?
That should be it. Again, got software, trying to get together something for you, put together a package and proposal for the software. That was a system we were very comfortable with and we've had around for a long time. It's the old 400 server. However, that got bought up by another software company and currently doing some negotiations and things and seeing where we can get, whether we want to upgrade with that company or possibly go with another company. Would you guys like to be involved? I mean, you know, want to be involved in that in any?
Does anybody want to be involved in that? Have fun with Brian?
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. You like Livingston? Yeah,
Oh,
you're
Mr.
right next door. Good, good. Good
Mr.
job.
Chairman, I
Please.
I just have one question. With regard to the JD Power software or the service, would there be any advantage or desirability on your part and other commissioner revenues to have the state have a single sourcing for that?
They've discussed that as far as like having DMV value every vehicle before they send it to us. It's been looked into.
Okay.
Again, there's a lot of there's issues there as well as being able to provide that. It's been evaluated, and we're still looking into how can we, you know, not let them have such a strong hold on that. And again, we're starting to shop it out. There's never been another company that's provided those services, you know, that I'm aware of to the state of Virginia.
Okay. All right, thank you. Just
The code
curious.
does require that we use a uniform pricing guide.
Okay.
Doesn't say that company, but they're the only ones provided the service so far.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Brian. Mooney, come up and talk to us.
Good afternoon, Board. My apologies for being tardy. You know, the Lord gave me some things I got to deal with sometimes. So, first of all, let's start off saying the overall budget is going to be decreased by 1.9%. I think that should be a highlighted area. So, the reason why the testing services has went up is just because we've had 2 new hires within the last year. With the cleaning lady moved on, and with the new hire of the maintenance technician, he's come on board and he's doing very well. Outside services, we're gonna decrease that a little bit. That is for just my outside contracting, other than like stuff we have. Sorry, my train of thought is just crazy right now. Other than contracting, that we have contracts for and stuff. So, and I don't have much change in my budget at all. We do have increase on a few other things. Like the the water and sewer, that has went up tremendously. So we have a significant increase of 27% on that. I do have, my maintenance of the buildings is a decrease, 10%. My repairs and maintenance for buildings is a decrease, 15.5%. Fuel has went up a little bit. Let's see here. It look like insurance and all that stuff is going up a tad bit as well. Office supplies, you know, we're keeping that the same here. Our cleaning, the reason why that number is so low this year is because the federal government came in, and when we had the fire, they left a lot of supplies for like the EMS can use. So we haven't been able to, we don't have to really supply EMS with a lot of cleaning supplies like we have been. So, so I
It's a
mean,
win.
I'm sure we're paying for it somehow. or
Yeah, that's
another.
correct.
But we are gonna decrease that to see if we can make that budget this year. Let's see here. Again, fuel is going up for like the mowers and stuff. That's always at an incline. We're decreasing the uniform apparel and stuff. We put a bigger budget on there, but we have everything now, so we decreased that, 8.5. My IT equipment, we're using, so IT department is gonna handle all that stuff, and that shouldn't be in the budget anyway for me. Let's see here. Tools and, equipment. We have a lot of stuff now. We have, when we came in, we didn't have a lot. Some of the stuff was personal use stuff. So we end up purchasing stuff that we needed and just a little at a time. So that's why we decreased that as well, at a 16.7%. And again, overall budget is down. So, any questions on that one?
Well, yeah, well, Jennifer, do you know why would the VRS have gone up so much on his 120?
Are we looking at the business insurances? Probably so. Tilly and I put in an increase as a placeholder pending finding out the renewal, but that should be just all of our, are you looking?
I'm looking at VRS.
We lumped it in before we had it split out
Oh.
between VRS
Oh, yeah, yeah,
hybrid
yeah.
and all of
Okay,
that.
yeah.
We kind of lumped it all together into
That's
one
right, you said
category.
that before, yeah.
But we may see some savings on the other insurances in Mooney's budget. We just have a 10% placeholder increase right now.
Okay. So I see you went down on Riddleberger, Mooney. I mean, every time I'm in town, I see Riddleberger van go by. I went, uh-oh, there goes more money out of our pockets. So you need them less now, or?
I really think that we just about replaced everything we could.
Yeah,
at the courthouse.
that too, yeah.
So hopefully, we're gonna have some money that's left over.
Yeah,
for that.
okay.
So,
Cool.
and my apologies, looked like it went up 1.9%. My vision wasn't correct, so,
Overall,
yes, overall.
Yeah, that's the one that, all right. Questions on that one? All right, do transfer station, man.
Transfer station. All right, the transfer station, nothing changed in the first line item. The monitoring service, nothing changed in the second one for outside services. Oh, it does, excuse me. We have an increase because of the tipping floor. So when we cut the lights on in that tipping floor, you cannot see a thing. It is so black and sooty up there that, I talked to a couple contractors about coming in and, pressure washing that area on a Wednesday or something, so we can at least use the lights, especially it really affects it, daylight saving time. So when the days are shorter, you can't see anything in there. And those guys been doing a great job of cleaning up in there and stuff, and I just want to give the opportunity to try to give back. We do have a little bit of metal up there to replace as well, that the wind blew off, so, and we might even can turn that into the assurance. I haven't looked into that one yet. The planning and assisting, nothing has changed. Repairs and maintenance, nothing's changed. So we're lowering the repairs and maintenance of the whole facility. We're lowering that 48.3%. We've done a lot of work out there this year, and we saved money by doing it ourselves. So that was a good thing. Transportation contract, I believe that they are lowering that. They lowered the transportation cost. I really don't have the reasoning for that. I think it's just they're reducing based on the actuals. So materials and supplies, we don't need much of anything out there. We have a lot of stuff in stock now that we can just go grab. So we lowered that 50%. Overall is we lowered it 4.1%. The only thing that I am gonna touch bases on is the wood chipping. The company is going up just about, it's every year. It's going up about almost $3,000 every year. And so I've gotten some bids on the stuff, on the wood chipping. And this company is the lower bid by far. They're around 18. I've had another one came up as high as like 41. So I think we got the best company for what we're looking for.
So thank you for that, Mooney. I agree, and I was just making notes to Jennifer. I think that FY25 chipping and waste number should be 20. We've kind of tried to play catch up each year, and I think when I first got here, we were around 14. Then it went to 16.5. Now they're saying 18 just for this year. So I think, yeah, it would be mindful of us to take that up to 20, just because we know what we budgeted in the 16.5 for FY24. The lowest, as Mooney stated, I think it was 18, 27, and 40-some thousand for the three quotes. So we just know we're missing that mark for FY24. It just makes sense to increase to 20 for FY25. Something else, and I'm so thankful to have an extension of the executive team here. Brian has been in conversations with Updike, so there may be some adjustments. I don't know how difficult it is to pass this over to Brian. It's basically, can you get that to Brian? We can go over, and we'll come back. The plan would be to capture these. You go ahead and plug back in. Hopefully that costs too much. Would be to capture this for next week. We'll highlight that, even though it's a final draft budget committee for people review. We will highlight what that increase we expect to be. Brian?
Okay, so I spoke with Updike last week and kind of made us aware that the tonnage for the plastic recyclables, we're currently paying $40 per ton. They're paying $95 per ton. So wanted to speak with us about what we were going to do as far as that goes. The other thing is they had us insured at $5 million, which is their standard is $1 million. So they were paying quite a bit of extra for us. What we're going to do is get them to provide a contract they have with other localities like Culpeper where they have $1 million on them, so on and so forth. See if that's feasible and make sure it's going to still protect us where we need to be protected, and then go from there. But at right now they're chewing on the extra money for the insurance. What we need to look at is if they're going to charge us any more for the plastic recyclables.
So there may be some, sorry, 1 second. Yeah, it was in and out last night, so we're just going to go with this. So there may be a little bit of trade-off there. Again, to Brian's point, if insurance can be lowered, it's a little bit odd. Ours is higher versus other communities, but as long as we're protected on that front, that'll help lower their premiums they're paying. So maybe kind of in good spirit, it'll help us some on those disposal. Disposal is one of those things that's becoming challenges. We went through this last year, I think, around April. It had to do with mattresses. Cost of disposal was going up for that. So occasionally you'll get hit with these things. So ultimately, they're responsible of checking around, trying to go to the lowest facility as far as charge or who would take them. Some facilities, I think there's one in Richmond they take it to, you know, as they near capacity, that can affect rates as well. So this is one that we'll have to bring back to you next week and outline it. I want to get you all a draft admin budget, but we will highlight that. I think that's really the only one we expect some fluctuations, other than adjustments you will make here today and suggestion. That'll be one final item we'll highlight next week.
Is that market-driven? So plastics 1 quarter is a certain, amount that they give you, or?
So, yes, the answer to that's yes. We had, they came and gave a presentation on recycling a couple months ago.
We did this to ourselves.
And, yeah, the cost to dispose, I know folks, it's a great thing. We don't want to discourage recycling, but I think there's a mindset that, everything, we're getting this money back. It is a commodity, so sometimes it actually costs you to get rid of those items. So as crazy as that sound, it is a kind of commodity market driven.
All right, anybody have questions on the transfer station? Salaries all staying where they're at. Anybody else for Mooney? Mooney, thank you. All right. Clarissa, come on down. Commonwealth Attorney. Yeah, we definitely identified to Updike that we were getting a good deal on recycling, and now they're adjusting on us. So, there it is.
No good deed goes unpunished.
What?
No good deed goes unpunished.
No, that's exactly right. Transparency. Clarissa, where are we at on your budget?
We cut some stuff, I think, mostly because we had 3 attorneys and now we have 2 attorneys. I got the Lexus contract renegotiated for about, I don't even remember, is it like half of what we were paying, something like that? And now we're paying that annually rather than monthly, so that's gonna be a little wonky moving forward.
There we go.
So yeah, I mean, we went through it all pretty close. There was we couldn't really figure out why our postage was so low, but I think it'll be fine. That's about it. I mean, the part that is still a little weird is the lodging and meals, stuff for our conferences, because that's in the budget, it comes out, and then it goes back in. So it's real money, but it's not taxpayer money, I guess is a way to say that.
Anybody have any questions for Clarissa on her budget? All right. All right. What are we gonna talk about on victim witness?
So we've got, because our grant for that was so low, our salary was really out of kilter with everyone else. So the county has picked up more of the odds and ends tab part of that. It also makes it a lot easier for both Dawn and Jennifer to do the grant requirements, which is a welcome to all of us, because if I never have to deal with the DCJS grant again, it will be too soon. Absurdity on top of absurdity. And so there was, I think, an increase in her conferences because she's new to this position, So she's been to a training in August. She just got back from another training. And so a few more to get. She's been a victim advocate before, but not a victim witness director. So far, so good.
All right. Questions?
Victims' Rights Week is next month.
Good. Questions on that? Let's talk about salaries.
Everyone's favorite time.
Oh, yeah.
So we do have a state budget, apparently. No one has seen it. Apparently, it does have a 3% raise for teachers and state and constitutional employees. That's really all I know. The only number that I would disagree with a bit is the deputy Commonwealth attorney position. I do think that the market salaries would be closer than the suggested salary. I appreciate the reasoning for not going to the higher number, but the fact of the matter is that that's the going rate.
And you want that at 125?
Yes,
All right.
that's what I
What is
had
that?
hoped and dreamed for
It's
a few
not
months ago.
down in
but-
the notes on the bottom of the page above where Jonathan's at. Go up one page, or whoever's running this thing. Right there.
Oh, okay.
There you go.
And some of the numbers got a little wonky, just because by the time this was completed, it was post-election, and there were a lot of new people in our neighboring jurisdictions who had different levels of experience and different salaries. The lack of attorneys is an ongoing problem. We normally have a summer intern by now. We do not have one. We have had one person apply and they haven't responded to an interview request. Orange County still has an assistant Commonwealth attorney position open. So if you know anyone, please encourage them to apply. Culpeper just filled their last one, like last week. So it's still a struggle. I hope that the budget that the state, what I was looking for is whether or not they funded the compensation board staffing standards. Hopefully they did. That will mean that the state will be sending about, I think it's 75,000 for Wade's position. If that does happen, then I will probably talk with Jennifer and Jonathan and Brian and figure out what we might want to do with the DCJS grant piece. We want to keep it with Wade, if we want to try to find a part-time person, or if we want to let it go. But that's not for today.
All right, questions?
So,
Comments,
well,
please.
last year this time, what was Wade's salary? Last year this time?
I have no idea.
85?
No,
No,
it was a lot lower than
was it 95?
that. Yeah. But was that wouldn't have been this time last year, would it? I thought we adjusted it. It
We
was
adjusted it when
late.
Alex left.
Yeah, when was
So
that?
would that have been 2 years ago now?
No.
She, Ms. Warren is reaching out to Tilly, so we can have that in just a second.
I think this time last year was still at 65.
Yeah, when did we?
'Cause we
No,
did-
because
Yeah,
when
like
Alex left, he was
October or
at
September.
75. And,
Hold on,
or 85, because he was higher than, because 65 was the state minimum, and he was above the state minimum. And so Alex left, and I asked for him to go to 110, and we settled at 95. And then when we almost lost him in the fall, I wanted 125, and we settled at 110.
112.
112.
No, because December.
Oh, the 2%.
Yeah, that's the,
110, okay.
And so my concern is that, and I don't know what the board's plans are, but if he doesn't go up, or really if everybody doesn't go up, and then all of our neighboring localities do 3 or more %, then we are even farther behind than we are now.
It just never ends.
I know. You know how I feel about when I go to try to buy socks. I get so mad. I'm like, they shouldn't cost this much.
So our studies got him at 117.
No, the study, I think, has him at 123, and then,
no, the salary portion was the recommended.
Yeah,
was
this is
170.
current
Yeah.
employee salaries. This is the market salary used, and that is a basis of years of service. Well, let me go to this page. 123 was the market salary used, and the recommendation of the study team was 117.
Tilly's gonna get back to us, that's why I'm kind of taking a quick pause.
Hold on, let me,
Yeah.
yeah. Hold on, let me go back up to Clarissa's. I'm on Bruce's.
Have y'all texted Tilly? All right.
and in the spirit of no good deed goes unpunished, I will also say that Wade is less concerned for himself and more concerned for the others of the office.
You can go ahead.
76,909.
But I think, but your question was 2 years ago, right? So I think that was before last year's
No,
budget was
I was
approved.
just saying last
Yeah,
year this time.
where was he this month last year?
Yeah.
This was the original.
So that's
All
what I
right.
want to convey is it was
76,
76,909.
909.
The FY '24 budget, July 1, took him to 95. And then he was, go ahead, I'm
Right, and
sorry.
Yeah, there you
but
go.
that number, that 76 number, I could not hire a new graduate for 76.
Right.
Just to be clear.
Right.
Like, that's how much the market has changed.
Right. So Carissa made a request ultimately in July 1, fiscal year '24 starting. It went to 95. And then there was agreement to take to 110. And then in December, when the General Assembly finally approved the budget, they added 2%. And then that's what takes them currently to the 112.2. Did I answer that? I know that was
Yeah.
kind of a rush through chronological.
What month did we take him to 110?
What was the 110?
What month did we take him to 110?
November 1st.
November. All right, other comments for Clarissa? Anybody? Thank you, Clarissa.
Thank you. My final plug would just be 120 would be better than 118. That's all. Thank you.
All right. Bruce?
How much better?
Yeah, come on up and tell us things. IT.
Hi, y'all.
Introduce yourself, please, sir.
Bruce Livingston, the Information Technology Department of Madison County.
Thank you.
That's a D.
$80,000.
This is how I feel. All right. Well, I'll be honest. I've looked at this some today, but
I didn't get to put as much time in it as I want. As far as right now, I believe if the new position gets approved, this will change. If it does not get approved, we should come in at about 2% under, around that, I believe, from last year.
Over.
Is that over or under, Jennifer? I thought she said
Looks like it's over.
it's over.
Yes, sir.
Do you want me to talk to that? What's in the current salary is, we added 3,000 for the upcoming Microsoft certification that is in the offer letter that we have for Alan Berry. So that represents, the 139,000 represents salaries for yourself and Alan Berry, plus his 3K Microsoft certification. It doesn't have any other positions in it yet.
Okay, and the other position plus Alan will be taking another certification. That's gonna bump it another 3K.
I think actually that this 3K is planning for the next bump.
Okay.
So we put in what he's making because he just passed a certification. So this number is a good number for the next certification as well.
So at what point does the new position start to impact the budget or change the budget?
That would be, so we're working towards a draft administration budget that will be presented to this board next week. So we'll have a recommendation then, and then the board will decide whether that new position will be funded or not, and then we'll give notice to you.
But other than that, salaries are pretty much close to the same. So I'm not asking for 125,000, like Clarissa.
And just so the board may recall, when that was presented last, I think it was week at the board meeting, the salary range that was recommended was between 45 to 55. That's a break and fix it person. I know that's not the title. You can probably throw another 15 to 18,000 on that for fringes, so.
Now down to the meat of it. The Adobe that went up, it's in there now. The reason that's coming in now is because when I first got here, I started adding Adobe. We went from people buying one copy at a time. We went through to a subscription plan. So as we were going through that over the last 2 or 3 years, I would add them to my credit card, and then somehow it would get covered in one category or the other. Well, it came time to consolidate that, because now we're paying, was it about 12 grand a year? Where's Adobe? I can't see too good. Where did Adobe go? There it is. Yeah, about 10, a little over 10,000 now. In the event that we end up having to buy a few more licenses, that'll go up probably to 11 or 11, a little over 11. And the way that works is if you start in June and we don't come due until, I believe it's January, then the cost is prorated, so you're not getting hit with the same price you pay in January. But then when you roll around to the next January, you got to pay the full price for that subscription. We do have a lot of folks using Adobe. It's important. Dell purchases. Once again, we are about to install our last couple all-in-ones that have been refurbished and rebuilt that we did. And that's still for the last couple of, since I got here, folks, we have really not had to spend, start with that whole, end of life replace. But in the next year, by the next budget, we will be starting to pay that. We are going to have, those computers are now getting to be 4 or 5 years old, even though they've been refurbished. We'll probably start yanking 20% of them and roll that over the next 4 or 5 years until we replace them. We are also taking on a lot more stuff from different departments. We agreed that it would be better to track the phones and laptops and Surface Pros and everything else that's IT out there, monitors, the UPSs, keep it in our budget instead of having it spreading out a bunch of different budgets.
Yeah.
So that's now all included in here also, with the IT equipment down below. And that, depending on, unless we hit a real stroke of bad luck, I don't see us going over that 17,000 buying new computers. We do have a special slot, I'm not sure where, Jennifer, did you put it, but for the 7 we talked about yesterday, for the rugged laptops for Noah's team. And that's gonna also.
We're going to put that in capital. You're talking about the replacement of everything that's going in the vehicles?
Yes.
Yeah, that'll be a capital.
So that'll be a capital to
Yeah.
hit this budget. But that's another, that's like 12 grand right there. Everything else is pretty much trimmed as trim as we can get it at this point.
Do you want me to make some notes on some of the breakdown of the annual support fees?
Annual support.
So
fee.
I broke it down. Avinity, that's our down the hill, cash one, revenue one, is 83,287 annual fee. And we've been talking to RDA about a historical cloud server for data access only. There won't be any sort of support, and it will only allow, we can't make transactions. It'll just allow us to log into the system, RDA, and be able to look at all of our historical data. They charge $3,300 a year to do that. So that's something we put in the budget, thinking that at least for the next few years, it would be nice to see historical data. They could dump everything in a CSV, but it would be very messy for us to sort through. We have everything we need imported into Munis, but this is just historical data that I think the treasurer and commissioner of the revenue would like to see more so than anybody, and buildings and permits as well. Laserfish, we have 11,506 is the annual support, our contract. And then Tyler on-premise, that 44,325 is our current maintenance, annual maintenance fee for the Tyler being the on-premise solution that we currently have. So what's in the IT budget is strictly the on-premise Tyler maintenance fee, not switching to SaaS. But I did want to put a note on the right, what it would cost to switch to SaaS, and we'll talk more about that at another meeting. But there's a breakdown there as well for you. And then on the last page, if you want to scroll down one more.
Before you move on.
Sure.
Laserfish, there's a potential that is going to incur more costs. Now, the history of the Laserfish is decisions were made to get the 3 Laserfish, Avinity, and Tyler. Laserfish and Avinity are well on their, Tyler and Avinity are well on their way. Laserfish, we have put a lot of money in that project since the beginning. I believe it was underestimated the amount of work it would take to get that thing working exactly like, wasn't just the work, it was the infrastructure. We had to get that unexpected bill to just the backup system alone had to be bumped by 50 grand last year, which was ouch. That should have been figured out at the very beginning, but was not. So it is what it is. Now what I've got going on is I got the old Coeco, which is now Ubio or something. They got bought out. I got them, and I've got MCCI. They realize now that there are other folks in the game, and MCCI brought their price down some, and now we got this other company that's very anxious to earn that business sometime around next October or November. They're going to be taking a top-down look at Laserfish because we have the car, it's ready to run. We just don't know where to take it at this point. We're going to have meetings with these folks. They're going to come in and look at it and go, okay, you got all this, you've invested all this money. We are now going to set you up fully. They're going to meet with, I hope, with Jonathan and Brian and Jennifer and the department heads to see how they want to use Laserfish. Their goal is only right now at this point to look at what we've got, see where we've invested our money, and where we need to go to use Laserfish like it's supposed to be used. It's not being used like it should. Entity's using it, but Tyler and the rest of the department heads, as y'all remember when we went with Laserfish, it also, there was talk that we could go around to all the file cabinets in Madison County, scan it all in and digitize it. That's going to take a few years. and the infrastructure upgrade, you gotta have the storage place for it. But the point is, we done got this far with Laserfish. As far as I'm concerned, it wasn't done exactly right like it should have been, but we should follow it through. I mean, otherwise, we've lost everything on our investment that we've put up till now.
I
which
just-
We don't wanna do. I don't wanna do.
I'd just like to clarify some.
Yeah.
Have you been talking to EMS? I mean, that was like a different language, Livingston. I mean, good Lord. The only
Well,
part
let
of
us
the
summarize
investment
it.
part I got. The other part,
It's
go
gonna
ahead.
cost more
please.
money.
So,
Good Lord.
several years, I don't know if it was 2021 or whatever, the board decided to update to some ERP programs. Avinity does with land records and things, Cash One with the treasurer, commissioner's office. Tyler touches on many, primarily finance with accounts payable, time and attendance, payroll, and the permitting side, which phase 2 and 3 is time and attendance and payroll, or in building permits. On the Laserfish side, there is connection with the Avinity, so we are getting the value there. To Bruce's point about the car, where is it going to go? There are other ways you can use Laserfish. So I don't think there's anything lost per se. I think they sell you something and say, hey, I know you want it, windows going up and down. The question is, you want to roll them down and use your power windows. Point being is, we may find out through this discovery and talking to departments, we might not need that extra level. So the 11,506, I think would be fair to say, and Bruce, correct me if I'm wrong, is to quantify, that's our annual support to at least keep it as it's working currently with records with the Avinity system. Moving forward, if we wanted to do other things, we would need to explore that on the capital side as well. To Bruce's point of extra time and effort, I believe that, sir, is there are things you have to build reports and forms if you wanted to do other things. So that is exploratory. The 11,506 is what we are tied to now for annual support for the connection of the system with Avinity.
Yeah, and I'll just sum it up with, that system we have is capable of doing a lot more than we're using it for. Now, I can't, until I have this top-down review and I'm looking at the actual reports, I won't know how much, I won't even know. But we're not meeting what we originally thought. Yes, it is working to a certain extent with the Treasury Department, but the way we envisioned it is not happening with all this digitizing of equipment. But we will have some answers on that soon for you guys to consider. I'm positive it's gonna come with a cost. But like I said, we're halfway across the river now, we gotta keep going, I think. I'd hate to see that money, and it's not going to waste, like to Jonathan's point. We are using it. It's just that it can do more. It can do more. So another thing to keep in mind for the next couple of, possibly next budget, maybe it's FY '26, is that VMware got sold. And what that means is, that's what controls all of our virtual servers. VMware got sold. I would say that in the next year or so, maybe, you're gonna start seeing prices going up on that too. We might have to switch to another method versus VMware. I don't wanna confuse you and say Hyper-V, but there's another option out there that might be cheaper, if we have to go to that. But just like everybody else, things are going up. Prices are going up. Everything from A&S was, this $55 to $145 an hour. They've been bought out. So who knows what's gonna happen with that at this point. But anyway, back to the budget. That pretty much sums it up for us. I mean, I don't see a big change in it.
Well, Bruce, you and I sat down with Christina. I did want to let the board know that, and this spreadsheet that you see on this page sums up our conversation with Magna 5 on what support services they will provide in FY '25 and the cost. And that line item is up in Bruce's budget. They're coming in at $153,210, which is an increase of $10,210 from last year. Last year was $143,000. if we go to SaaS down the road, we would be credited $4,140 because they wouldn't be maintaining some servers for us, I think is the note there. But this page just shows you the breakdown of what services Magna 5 performs on the IT side.
Yeah, that's a lot of detail there, but Mr. Jackson, I'm not sure.
Oh,
you
no,
wanna
I'm
go
not,
over
I'm
that.
not going down that path.
You don't like, want to talk about Unitrends?
No, I'm good on that too.
So, at this point, not, other than things that are coming down the pike, with the VM and, there's all kinds of, there's little things too, but not little things, but the transfer station. If you could see the way they've got that hooked up for their data, it would scare you. It's ingenious, and it works, but.
What is that, with tape or what? I mean, good lord.
It's.
Port to port.
I'd love to show you one day.
You understand all of this? I'm
It's a little
missing some of
wireless
it.
box that sits in the window that points to, connects to our switch and beams the signal down there. And that's how they're getting back and forth, but the update system in there is it's a dog. It is slow. And then you've got the phone line that they have not been able to correct for 2 years out there. So we may want to consider down at somewhere, just FYI to you guys, running another connection down there.
We'll have Firefly hopefully soon in that area, and we'll get rid of that.
Please, Jesus.
Overall, Mr. Chairman, 15.1.
Yeah, I got that part, yeah. Thank you. We'll contact Bell about the phone line.
Fiber to CID.
Yeah, good. All right, we've got that. We see the salaries are flat, basically. I do think we probably are at a point where we should talk at least momentarily about the new position. Is that something everybody would like a couple 2 cents on? I mean, it would appear, and Jonathan and Jennifer tell me it's 73K with fringe included. I don't think doing it right now, and I'm looking at Jim, so you can rebut all this, please. Doing it right now is probably not a very good direction to go. But is it something we want to consider doing July 1st of the new fiscal year? To add that position?
Well, I think what we need to do is that, and Bruce and I have talked about this, how would the new position offset the services from Magna 5? And I think we really need to dive into that in detail so that we can, with confidence, say, okay, well, we hire this person, we can reasonably expect that we're going to drop 60,000 within a year. Now, it wouldn't be right that July 1st, but.
The other component that I think is, and I hate to speak about you, Bruce, but I think it's just the reality of it, is that Bruce is going to be with us as long as he can stand us, I guess. Dory talks more to EMS. I mean, there is something that goes with some attrition moving forward as far as continuity of services. And I think that has to be taken into consideration, but your comment of the offset has to be a big player as well, Jim.
Yeah, and the other component of this or aspect really deals with the request to move Tyler to the cloud. That's another component. If we were to go into that direction more so, that's going to affect the services that we pay to Magna 5. Now, one question I had for Bruce, and you don't have to answer today either, Bruce or Ms. Warren, but what are the in and out migration costs if we were to move to the AWS cloud? And what I'm looking at specifically is I would not want AWS to hold us hostage. We move in there, they start jacking prices up, we got to leave and go somewhere else. And I know that is a big factor, or it's a big downside to moving to cloud services. Now, the long-term advantage, as long as you can keep costs under control, is that it does remove the need for on-premise support and consequently staffing. So that's another big component of looking at where we're going to go up with staffing, is how are we going to go that way in the next 5 years?
And as you well know, I would imagine more and more people are going to be getting their act together on providing that cloud service and more competitive with pricing, hopefully. At this point in time, we can't go completely cloud because of the hybrid we've got with our Exchange and Office 365 in the cloud. I have been looking at our service contracts with VM and with Microsoft. I believe we have the ability to do a lot of the things ANS is doing. You know, they got a good team down there, but the reality is in a timely manner, if you got a problem and you're down, they don't sit around and go, oh, let's have fun and figure this out. They call Microsoft. They call VM. You know, we can pick up the phone and call Microsoft and VM, and I checked our support agreements. We got the Cadillacs, folks. Everything we've got on those agreements, I mean, literally, we're covered. We could pick up the phone and go directly to them. We'd have to arrange a couple other things. We'd have to go to a different reseller, maybe CDW or something. But if we get that position, I really believe that in a year's time, we can cut that ANS cost. I don't know the exact numbers, but we should be able to take on a lot. I'd like to leave them with the networking. I don't want to confuse things, and the telecom, the telephones. But as long as we are able to apply that time, because if we don't get this other position, the way that me and Alan now are splitting break-fix stuff, we're never going to be able to get out of the rut. If that's what we do, we walk in, we sit down, we got all today we're going to work on the Microsoft. I can't print, I can't get to my website, I can't. That's why we need that position so that we can focus on that transition.
Jim, what kind of timeline do you think it'll take to start the analysis to evaluate whether or not that position would be?
We can start right now.
All right, yeah, I mean, I want to say cost positive, but it doesn't look like it's going to be. It looks like it'd still be a little bit shy with fringe. What would be the timeline on that? Because I'm the reason I ask, and I think time is sort of in the essence, on the basis that we're about to ask Mr. Weekly and his team to put together an administrative budget. The two sides that I think that you could go down the path on is, one, just go ahead and put that in there as a component that we could remove, but then also we could take that salary of 73 with benefits, that monetary value, and put it into contingency, which would give us the ability to implement it when we felt like in the next fiscal year. Either way obligates that 73K, but it gives us some options on how to put it in if we feel that's the direction we want to go.
That may be the best, I think, course of action.
Put it in, see where it is, and at least if it's in contingency, then it will be an easy item to move either in or out.
Mm-hmm.
Does that seem reasonable or not?
Yep.
Mr. Chairman, I
Yes,
do have all of
please.
these SAS figures, so I would plug those into the budget, if that's okay with the board, to be the high point, and we could always, if we decide not to go to SAS, we can pull it out. Is that fair?
That makes sense.
One other thing to consider is, this is not no emergency or fire under us for this. It's entirely, it's just, if we don't get this other position and we keep like we are with ANS, we still are getting a bargain, I believe, and we are covered with ANS, and we're covered with Avinity, and we're covered with all the ERP systems. There is no emergency. It's really up to the county if they want to continue to head towards the goal of spinning up their own IT department and taking that third party out. You're good to go, just like it is.
So Bruce, if I may, being your attorney, stopping you there, it is about progression. I think succession that the chairman talked about in progression. So to a point you made last week when we pitched this, it is all about development. So you created or approved a system administrator 1 position last year. The goal ultimately is get them to the system admin 2 position. that's a position that's open that this person would have the upward mobility to move into upon qualifying, certification, so forth. But I think part of your initial request, or at least our discussion, was that advancement is based on having an additional body. Would that be correct? So I think it's fair. It's ultimately the board's decision, but I think to clarify a little more what you're saying is that we can keep going, just to understand the offset of that is not the development. We need to put the cost associated to it, as the chair and Mr. Jewett just specified. So I think it's fair to delineate and not leave it as maybe an assumption that we'll keep moving along. It's the pros and cons of choosing either direction.
And I don't want to shoot it down. I'm just saying.
So, what kind of collaboration do we do on this? Come up with a pretty definitive number?
A number to what we can cut A&S by?
Yes.
I will have to get with Jennifer and go through that and start taking items out. We're looking right now, not being interested in taking the network at this point.
Right.
And the telecom. So we're basically looking at our VM environment, our servers, our Dell servers, our ERP systems. Basically any Windows or VM. You know, the Windows servers, the operating systems, the SQL servers. I mean, the SQL server, we got our part in it that we do to make sure it's installed right, performing right, passwords are good, all that. But the Avinity people and the Tyler people and the Laserfish people, once we hand over the keys to that SQL, we just have to keep the environment healthy. They go in and they do all the sysadmin on that stuff. So we're pretty solid there. But I'd have to go through and start pulling all the windows, separating all that from network and telecom to give you the number we would shoot for. And then I don't understand the politics. I'm trying to tiptoe around also with A&S or Magnified to where I don't want to spook them. You know, and that's a little hard to do at this point. And I don't understand the legal part of the contract part, but I don't know if they can tell us, okay, well, it looks like you're getting rid of us, we can quit right now. Now, if they did that, we'd be scrambling. But I believe we can pick up the pieces. I mean, I'm a sysadmin myself, I'm a network administrator.
Yeah.
So I could be doing a lot more of that too.
Yeah.
As you can, Mr. Jewett.
Or we leave it
you
where
could,
then the implement. All right.
I can see you're the one that's turning right now.
I don't know, I think I would, let's pursue putting in contingency.
I agree, 100%. Let's put it in contingency. We can, Jonathan and I were just speaking about either whether it goes in contingency or admin budget. If we put it in, either way, we can cut it at the public, or post-public hearing, based on the advertisement. If we put it in contingency, like we've done other items that have some questions or potentials of expenditure, then no matter what, if one gives us, the board, the discretion to approve or deny it, and then also if we don't use it, it rolls right back into the general fund. So it kind of gives us a whole lot of options, and it doesn't put us into some type of time crunch with other things going on. 73K, we'll add it in, and that'll be part of the admin budget next week. Does that work?
Good.
Livingston, I can't believe you would have anything else. What else? Does anybody have questions for Livingston, please?
I've confused y'all enough as it is.
Yeah.
Thank you, Livingston.
My pleasure.
Yes, sir. All right. Tiffany, you coming down to talk to us? Ms. Woodard, I assume you're talking for both DS.
She's gonna do CSS, Mr. Chair.
CSA, yeah.
We'll handle DSS.
That, all right, that's what I figured.
I don't have DSS paperwork, so Jennifer, you may have to speak on that part of it.
Let's start with, let's,
CSA is first.
yeah, let's start with CSA, please.
So I'm coming before the board again this year and presenting the same budget that for CSA as I did last year. in speaking with Jennifer Warren in regards to increases, but any potentials that we could have coming down the pike in the upcoming years. In total, it's 1.9 million, 50,000 with a local match of 675,000. Just to kind of give some numbers is in the current fiscal year, we had 13 foster care children with just recently, in the last 2 weeks, got 8 from one family in, which ended up increasing our numbers to 21 kids in foster care, which 2 of those are in the Fostering Futures program, which is the 18 and older kiddos. Just to kind of give some feedback as to what we're seeing in increases based off this state is there could be a 10 to 12% increase in services that we're providing our children. What we are also going to be inquiring is that we do have children that are undocumented, so they are unable to receive Medicaid funded services, which is going to fall upon full funded CSA. In speaking with, Jennifer in regards to, we don't really know what to predict in the upcoming weeks, but we've also kind of made a prediction as to what locally we're going to be looking at as an increase of almost additionally 20,000 a month in local monies because these children are placed in what they call therapeutic foster homes. So of course there's a local match and a state match in regards to those numbers, which I know some of that is foreign to you all. But our numbers are still low from where we were years ago. The work that's being done is tremendous. But as I'm going before you, I am presenting the same budget as I did last year, but just to kind of be mindful as to, like I said, with getting 8 in care, and we are unsure as to what that looks like in services, that could be pretty intensive. But, the work being done is tremendous by our case managers, so.
And last year, Tiffany, you were at $739,000 requests for local, and this year it's a decrease of $64,000 down to $675,000.
So, the costs are increasing. That's in residentials. That's just community-based services, which is your simple outpatient therapy. What we also are seeing is that a lot of our providers are going away from being either Medicaid funded or any other MCO provider because of the paperwork that's being involved in the requirements. They're becoming straight pay is also an issue, but we're doing the best we can with what services that we can have in our county, but it's unfortunate we do have to reach out to other localities to get services. I'm attending, constant meetings with providers and just other people who are establishing, these therapies just to come to our locality if at all possible, because the need is, we have the need. It's just the encouragement to get them to come here so we're not going outside.
And I'll add to that, Tiffany and I sat down and talked through in a summary. If we had 8 new children in foster care continually, and we also plugged in 15% increase on costs, that still gets within the $675,000 request. It actually is under, so.
And I just want to take the opportunity to commend you all. I've been around the days of when foster care was 60s to 80 cases. The work you all have done in that arena and the families that have stepped in is just phenomenal. And I know you stay on the reimbursables constant, which helps the county. So when you all look at total and local match, Tiffany tracks that constantly on what can be billable. I always get it mixed up, Medicare, Medicaid, but one or the other. She stays up on that constantly to ensure, those dollars hit first and we get proper reimbursement. So thank you for that.
So how does the local match get computed? Is that annually based on what's happened in the prior year? Is that?
The rate that they come up with?
Yeah, we have a local match of 675, so how is that derived? Historical?
So really, we just come up with a number honestly as to what we think is going to be
Going forward.
going forward.
Okay.
Really, it's a guesstimate. It's a moving target is the best way to kind of describe as to, but what I've been trying to do is, over the years, is just kind of make a basis as pretty much an average of what we're doing, based off our numbers. But like I said, the cost of services right now, I mean, I'm shooting for this target here to still be under, but like I said, just getting these.
I can answer. The last, I've got a tracking of the last, I think it's 9 months. It's been a 75%, 25% split. I think the local match has been roughly right around 26%. And I think 30% is another number that's in there. So yes, between 25 and 30% is local match.
And this started, I know the name changed, so Claudia, or Mr. Yao, forgive me. I believe you're leaning to, what's required, is there like a 60% state versus 40%? So I'm not sure if Tiffany knows that. If not, we can bring it back. But this was part of the Children's Services Act. I know they changed the name. So this was something passed down via act of, I can't remember if it was federal or state, but that's what started the program. So there is a required match, but we need to answer your questions. I'm not sure if we have that answer today as far as the split. You do?
We're tracking at 25% is
Yeah.
our portion. 75%, 25%. I know on their website, they talk about different rates for different things. I think there's a different percentage for different items. So, but if you look at all of our reimbursements that Tiffany has filed for, I've split them out between local match and state match, and it's been 25%, 75% on almost all of them.
Yeah, depending on what type of service it is, like what they consider as community-based might have a smaller match rate than something that you're getting in a residential facility may have a higher match rate, which is the state may pay more and we only pay a smaller percentage of it. So that's why it's good if we can try and keep it under certain community-based services, because then it's a smaller match rate that we have to pay on out locally. So if we can keep it at that, but fortunately, like I said, we've only had a few residential, kids, but it just depends on the level of service and what it's based upon that match rate for us. So, but yeah, the website actually provides, it shows a listing of the different types of service categories that we have, that shows the match rate out of each one, that specifically is state and local.
And I think the reason why her request is above that is because there are higher percentages for higher things. So we are conservative on the budget number.
Yeah.
But the 675 has that, like you stated previously, has that 15% built in, that there could be an overage. All right, that's, before you all said that, my comment was gonna be, do we need to start with potential cost overruns? Do we need to go back and put money into contingency like we have done in years past?
We have, and Jennifer may be able to speak to this a little more, or if it's a bring back item, we can do that next week. But we have in our, I think it's our financial policies, you'll see, we have two reserves. So there's a debt stabilization reserve, and then we have what is called joint services reserve. So that was a product of when we had those years that were $450,000 appropriations. That was formed to stabilize. So that is part of our policy. I don't know how many, the percentage we have set aside, but we do have that year over year.
Good. But yeah, Ms. Woodard has done just tremendous at this and capitalizing on trying to use other funds other than us and services for these kids. Anybody else have questions or comments on this one? Let's do DSS. I think that'd probably be some teamwork as well.
Is that baked into this? All right, so it starts there.
So I'll just mention the local share, the request is $763,205, and the change in local share from last year is 50,786. And try to go through, I don't know, Tiffany, if you know the increases, but I'm going to try to identify them here. And the one above here on page 56 is the 2% bonus. Make this bigger so I can see it. 1% salary increase. Looks like one of them is salaries and fringe increase there. So this kind of shows you if, line by line where the increases are and the decreases on the far right column. It looks like the main is the salaries and fringes.
And those salaries are dictated, or those increases are dictated by the state?
So we could get, if you have any specific questions, I'll be happy to get with Celine and get those answers to you. But I can tell you that from last year's request to this year, it's an increase of 50,786. However, as we stated earlier, Tiffany, on the CSA side, it's a decrease, so I believe it's close to a wash. Let me see. Yes, actually, Tiffany's was $64,000 decrease, and DSS is $50,000 increase, so it's actually between the two, $13,000 decrease between the two categories.
Do we have any questions on this? Tiffany, thank you.
Thank you.
We are behind, but we do have a bunch of stuff that we need to accomplish, so I hope everybody's okay with sitting for a while. I'd like to do Ms. Lau first. I have a sneaking suspicion that she's going to be a little quicker than EMS. Y'all mind? Ms. Lau, please. And this is the circuit court. Yes, ma'am.
I don't think there's a whole lot of changes in mine. We did, I know a lot of, it looks like a bigger budget, but so much of mine gets reimbursed too from the state. Plus, we reimburse for the copy machine and the bank fees, the grant, the technology grant. I did get a $27,000 technology grant. That was going to be in this budget. But again, that's 100% reimbursed to the county. And the $17,000 grant, that comes from our TTF funds. So that's, while the county pays the bill, then I get it from the comp board. And most of ours is unfortunately, we've had the postages went up, so our books and subscriptions have went up, and that's really just because of postage.
And I'll mention that if you take out those grants that are reimbursable, it's really, take 44,000 off of her total, it's 505 versus 545. If that makes sense, if you want to scroll down to right here. Yep. So those two grants there, 17,000 and 27,000, that's an in and an out. Revenue comes in to offset those expenses.
I think the judges, because it looks like right now I'm running a little bit in the red on the judges' books and subscriptions, and I'm not sure if that is because of his online subscription, but I was under the impression that that was being shared by Sean, Greg, and me and Clarissa, or the judge and Clarissa. So I'm not sure how that's, but it does look like, but I don't see that bill, so I don't know
So would that be, it looks like the very top here, 42, we have a budget of 4,200 for FY '25. Is that books and subscriptions? Is that, if you see that up there, does that look right? Okay, I'll check into that and see what that.
When I got the last stuff from it, it looked like I was running a little bit in the red, but I don't get that bill.
So who would you recommend I talk to on that one? Who would I talk to on this, where the subscription's coming through?
I'm not sure if Clarissa gets that
I can
bill,
check with her.
But I know it was split, that subscription was split between Sean, which I assume Hannon's doing it now.
I think we'll
And Clarissa
talk
and the
with,
judge.
we'll talk with Ian or Sean. This sounds familiar now, so we'll get back with you on
All right, questions on operations? All right. Let's go and talk some salaries real quick. Yes, ma'am.
I think I have the best staff in the world.
Yep.
And, you know, we were looking at this and I was talking to Jennifer and to Jonathan. They work hard. I know everybody in the county's going to say that, but I've got a hard-working staff. I do have one deputy that is listed still as just a general office clerk. She's been there with me 5 years. She does way more than what a general office clerk does. She is just kind of grabbed the bull by the horns, if you want to say, and just takes on so much stuff for me. I do feel like she needs to be bumped up out of that starting point, because I do have one that's starting. And while she's learning and doing amazing, the other general office clerk has been there. She's worked hard. She just takes so much more. I would like to see her bumped up at least into the deputy clerk one or position.
I don't see that one.
No, I don't either. Where is deputy clerk one, Jonathan?
So she's now just a general office clerk. And
Is that the
top
Is that the top one?
that's the top one.
It's all right, so she's.
I don't think we changed the title. If you're looking, I know we've talked tier on some.
Yeah.
We didn't change the title. And correct me if we didn't catch that. I don't know if there was a request to make a tier. It was more of moving the salary up, recognizing they're doing other things beyond a clerk position. So it may be one of those things that we go back to the job description, and if those things need to be added, if the approach is to increase the salary because they're doing more, maybe we should put those duties in that job description. But it's not tiered, if that was the question or the thought of the board.
And there is a job description for a deputy clerk 2 in the packet. I think that's what you put together.
Yeah.
And that is Leda's recommendation on the deputy clerk 2 position. So we really just need to kind of, now that we have that information, we just need to review it and try to change titles.
Yeah, she's really taken on a lot more responsibility. You know, we did have to change things around a little bit when my chief deputy retired. So some different jobs were moved around, but she has really worked hard to learn more and do more in the office.
We just need to change the title, make sure the grade is right.
So, Lita, I mean, the salary in here, well, she's at 37.8 now, news, according to the studies, 39.1. What were you,
That's right.
I guess I've still got the right one.
No, that's my question exactly.
So,
Where
where
do you-
did you want to go with that?
And
I thought I saw in here somewhere. So, I was looking at one that it had the general office clerk was 36,877, and then if we moved her up into, it would move her up to 39,186. Is that right?
all right.
Yes.
Yeah, so
That's
that's where we are.
So what is proposed at this point?
The 39,186.
39,186, and then we've got a deputy clerk, court clerk 3 at 48,365, and then chief deputy clerk of the court at 64,600. Is that where you're at on things, Ms. Lau?
Well, I mean, they could go anywhere.
Oh, yeah, and more is always better, but is this
Yeah,
roughly positive?
I mean, I definitely see, I'm not sure if the deputy clerk too, you know, with what's going on is that much, but I
Well,
would definitely see my deputy clerk 1 being bumped up
All right.
into that at least $40,000 range.
So I think we need to add a category.
Okay.
Right now, we just have the office clerk, court clerk, which we'll call a deputy 1, and then it bumps up to deputy 3, but if we put a deputy 2 in between those two, that's what we need to do at this point, it sounds like. So the deputy 3 would be the 48, but a deputy 2 would be a little bit between the 39 and
43
the
or
48.
something.
Does that sound right?
Yeah.
All right.
We'll look at that.
All
And
right.
I mean, if I have to do 2 budgets. I do the county budget and I do a state budget. And so when I did the compensation board's budget with what and now land records were down. We have not recorded in 2023 the land records that we did in years past, but the money's still there because we're recording 1.2 million and 1.4 million, so the money is still there. And so when I ran my comp board numbers, we're up in criminal cases, we're up in civil cases, we're up in notaries, we're up in concealed handgun permits, we're up in restitution. All those things is up. So when the comp board ran my numbers, they only pay 4 salaries. They pay mine and 3 deputies. I have a 4th deputy, which the county pays. But when they ran my numbers, I'm at 5.97, which means I should have 6 employees, you know? So they're working hard. I mean, they are, you know, doing the work of 6 employees. So, you know, would I love to see the salaries be, you know, the one deputy, general district court lost 2 deputies. And both of my lower deputies could have went to general district court and made $2,000 more. That's their starting salary. That if she'd have bumped them into like her chief deputy, it would have been $8,000 more. And that's just starting at general district court, and they don't have near the responsibility we do.
All right. All right, just to recount here. We're gonna add a deputy court clerk 2, and listening to these 2 over here, it sounds like it's gonna be somewhere around a grade 10. And the dollar value should be something 43, 44K, roughly. Everybody good with those kind of comments at this point?
And we're gonna rename
Yeah, we're
office clerk, assistant court clerk to a 1, deputy court clerk 1? Is that, you're gonna rename that one?
Is that your recommendation?
All right, so
Perfect.
we'll have a 1, 2, and 3. We just need to add the 2 into the mix. Everybody good with that? That's not gonna be figured in today, but that's where we're at. All right. Any other questions for Ms. Lau? Thank you very much, ma'am.
Thank you.
That's fine. All right. Gavin, come down and talk to us about emergency management, please. All right.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman,
Yes, sir.
Supervisors. There's not a lot of change. The overall budget is down about 23% from last year's. There's actually one item in there that we could probably lower further, and that was the training, which was at $6,200, I think is. I'm not seeing that. Maybe it was under seminar and tuitions, maybe.
Oops.
But there's about $200 there that we will not need since we're not going forward with any drone program at this time. So we could adjust that to take that out. Other than that, everything is pretty much as you see it. You can see where there's some significant decreases. No new asks. So available for any questions you might have. The easiest one you've done today.
Well, that was a good one. Anybody have questions for Gavin on this one? Please.
Just to confirm, because I was trying to find the page, so we're talking about reducing which line item, Gavin, would
That
that
was
be?
the seminar and tuitions, just to put it back where it was last year.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Questions, comments, thoughts? Everybody good?
Yes, sir.
All right, very good.
Thank you.
Thank you, Gavin. Do we want to wait, or do we want to go ahead and start with Noah? All right, Noah, come on down and talk to us.
Oh, is that, okay.
Sir? All right. Noah, let's just start with I'd hope that we're gonna start with just your general budget, and then we can go through, your handouts, which look like vehicles and CIP stuff and.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
It'll all tie in.
Awesome,
So I'm gonna
please.
be as quick as possible, but we've got to.
No, we got a lot of road to cover.
So Noah Hillstrom, Chief of EMS Madison County. I'm going to start with the FY '25 budget request. I'm going to read down my notes, so feel free to stop me if y'all have questions, but I'm going to keep reading. So the first one I'm going to talk about is our full-time medics and EMTs. For the past 6 years, we've held one open FTE paramedic unfunded due to military deployment. I recommend hiring one paramedic to help reduce our overtime and have an even number of staff members for each shift. We currently have 3 shifts, ABC. 2 have 7 people, 1 has 6, so that would even it out. Our part-time staff are critical to our operations. The total time that full-time have to take off is 120 holiday hours per FTE. That equates to 2,640 holiday hours total for our department, and this does not count towards the monthly leave. Part-time staff help cover our unfilled hours due to inclement weather, flu season, standby events, and vacant full-time positions. I recommend increasing our part-time hourly rates to be attractive and competitive. I also recommend increasing our part-time roster from 12 to 18 people. Most of our part-time staff currently are paramedics, which significantly help us keep our advanced life support unit staffed. I do recommend reducing our monthly requirement of 24 hours back to 12. The idea behind that was when we increased it was to hopefully save on overtime, but due to the FTE vacancies we've seen over the last couple of years, that did not work. As far as overtime, as noted in our monthly reports, it's busy. There's no way to predict how many late calls are going to be. We couldn't predict the Quaker Run fire. All those required EMS services. We're also seeing an increasing number of standby requests. We help the schools, Woodbury, Graves, etc. Over the last year, we've had multiple personnel out on light duty and FMLA leave, requiring overtime and part-time to fill those positions. FY '24 proved challenging with retaining our personnel. During this time, we hired 7 full-time staff. Overtime increased due to covering those multiple vacancies and staff on orientation. Our employee medical expenses. So this line item is used to cover our annual employee volunteer physical exams that are required, also to offer and give the required immunizations and drug screening. We are saving $12K, so the Cortico Mental Health Program, in consultation with our wellness team, we didn't feel that the services provided were worth that funding. The
medical director line item, currently you'll see money of $15K in the budget. His request is for that to go towards training, equipment purchases, et cetera, that he's not taking a paycheck. Our ambulance billing service, so we do bill for service and revenue generated from that, a percentage, roughly 7.65% goes back to the billing company. Training services, we've been able to control this historically with our local hospitals, but the outgoing education offered at the Thomas Jefferson EMS Council was one. They no longer come do that, so we've had to outsource that. We've also become an American Heart Association training site, which has helped us save on required certifications. We can do that training in-house. Cost to cover certification cards, though, does come from this line item. We also include leadership training, continuing education courses for required certifications come from the line item. We do have two full-timers, Charlie Friedley and Catherine Burke, who are attending paramedic school, and tuition comes from that. Maintenance and support contract. So the first bullet point, and Ms. Warren, I sent you an update. The $39,950 that covers the maintenance and service on the stretchers, cardiac monitors, CPR devices, all that required to be looked at each year to make sure they're functioning correctly. I'm going to keep moving. So basically anything support-wise is from there. Postal services, usually that's mainly to return equipment. Telecommunications, we do pay for Comcast internet, and then there's the SIM cards for the cradle points that allow the ambulances to have internet. Printing, guidelines, charts, big thing is our file of life packets. That's very popular in the community. When 911 is called, we can give that name, address, et cetera, medical history they can hand to the team, and it saves time. Advertising, that's pretty straightforward. When we have open vacant positions, that we'll use that. Vehicle insurance to cover the vehicles. Office supplies cover paper, pen, and ink. Vehicle fuel, as y'all know, prices fluctuate there. The vehicle and equipment maintenance, this is when we'll ask y'all to look at the first page of the packet I gave y'all. And I'm happy to talk about this in another section if you want. But I want to paint the picture of where we are with our current fleet. COVID was a blessing and a curse. It allowed us to purchase a lot of vehicles that we needed. The downside to that is our vehicles are pretty much the same age, and we're seeing that they're breaking down pretty much at the same time. That's required us to have to reach out to other agencies to borrow ambulances. The right-hand column, this is just for calendar year 24, will show you the units that have been out of service. When you look at February 10th, February 9th, et cetera, 3 out of our 4 ambulances were out of service on that. You'll see the 3 different sections, top November 17th, February 16th, and March 7th. You can see the mileage and engine hours that each of our apparatus have on that. The color-coded parts, that's going to show you by the time the ambulance that we have on order, that's the projected age and hours of our fleet. And that's something I'm very concerned about. I'm happy to answer any questions on this sheet, or I can keep going.
All right, does anybody have questions on this sheet? I think we've talked about this a couple times now. And I hate to be so blunt about it, but I just think we need to order another ambulance this year. We ordered one this last year. We're out another year on it roughly or something. Awesome. 2 years. Awesome. What do y'all think about ordering another one of these things? I mean, they're what, $450,000 roughly?
Yes, sir.
Is that where we're at on things? That certainly is going in the capital budget if we decide that's where we want to go, but is that the direction that we need?
Yeah.
I mean, I just don't, I don't think we have a choice, but then the other side of this is I don't really think we have a choice to order 2 ambulances in one fiscal year. It looks to me like you've got 5 units, or we'll have 5 units, and unfortunately, we're gonna have to order an ambulance every year for the next long duration, which is unfortunate, but I do think that's where we're at. Does that sound reasonable to everybody?
Yep.
Got it.
We
What's-
actually put a second ambulance in the capital budget,
Okay.
so we do have two in there.
Ugh.
But we don't have to, whenever we get the ambulance on-site and delivered, and that's when the monies come out, so.
So I think to further that, I think the appropriate thing to do, and we'll have to go back and look at the paperwork. It may have been we created an order form, brought that in for you all to review, but you all voted and approved the order of an ambulance. So to Jennifer's point, the monies that's in, correct me if I'm wrong, the monies that we put in capital for FY '25's budget will be there to pay for the one we've ordered in case it comes in early. I think it was a 32-month lead time, but if it comes in 24 months from bill date, that's when it's due. So that funding is for that. So we'll have to bring you
So,
an official action.
so is it two, you will have funding with the official action for 2 or 3 ambulances? There it is. So we've ordered one previously. We're going to roll that funding over into the next fiscal, the 25 fiscal year. And then we will put funding
For FY
in
26.
25 for the ambulance that we're stating to order now. Is that correct?
No, we would put the money when we think we're going to
Or-
receive it.
So that would be FY '26 or FY '27. For the one, we're looking for you to approve the order this year. So I
But
know it's a little
meanwhile,
confusing.
we
We
get it
still-
ordered.
Yeah.
And so what are we gonna do about your issue today, or tomorrow? With, how do you get by?
Yeah, so at the very bottom of your sheet, there's 3 talking points on where we're at. The vehicles are stored outside,
Oh.
they're started up cold, they run hot, go into an emergency call. They're also plugged in 24/7, without temperature-controlled bays. Most apartments have those, and then they're not running all the time to keep up with the ambient temperature. The reason why we have that is we're required by the FDA to have drugs within a certain temperature frame.
Yeah.
So that's the big thing, is they're outside on that. Any other questions on the fleet?
If I may, real quick, I'd like for Mr. Gordon, because he and Noah, they did some color coding, so there's some reference there that I think will bring importance on the ambulance ordering and replacement schedule.
So Noah, correct me if I'm wrong, the red section we see there is when the new ambulance that we currently have ordered is going to be delivered, roughly 32 months.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so over the next, call it year, we should still be in the green or on the upper end of green, correct?
Correct.
So
But
you
again,
should-
to highlight the right-hand column of our
Right.
out-of-service time, we had one vehicle that was involved in a crash.
Mhm.
I call it heat-seeking deers. I mean,
Right.
things come and we've gone
Right.
through that. But your day-to-day maintenance is one thing, but we don't know the future.
Right.
Like during the inclement weather, when we had a unit out of service, that's what you'll see Medic 4 for quite a long time.
Right.
And then when it rains, it pours, and that's what I mean by we're the same age fleet. Medic 3, Medic 4 are gassers.
Right.
Medic 2 is a diesel, and we're actually getting better service out of that than the gasoline, so lesson learned there, we're gonna be doing diesels. But that's the concern I have, is that when the ambulance that's, 28, 30 months from now, and that's a big question mark, those other units are gonna have 100K.
Right.
And I'm asked frequently, well, what's your replacement plan? 7 years, 8 years, 9 years? We're different, because they're outside. I mean, just the wear and tear on them are harder than a traditional, like where you have a station that they can be.
They are outside right now, and we know, and of everybody here, I am against buying any more sheds, or putting garage doors on sheds. We're going down the path, though, and we're going to talk about capital, about putting, $1 million away, basically. I think it's at 788,000 or something, to renovate the EMS station. So we're working towards a direction there. The question going to Cardi, though, to Cardi's point, is what are we gonna do on immediately? We've borrowed ambulances. Are there ambulance services out there that potentially could lease us ambulances?
For a price.
Yeah, of course, and probably exceedingly expensive. They're in real good answer. It looks like we're on we have to order an ambulance every year, even though we're gonna pay for it probably several years down the road. with a 5 ambulance replacement, hopefully going all to diesels. It's just shocking that we didn't do that in the first place. This is just where we're at on things. I don't think there's a, and tell me if I'm way off here.
Well, and the other plan, not to lose sight, so, yeah, we gave up that fifth. That fifth was problematic anyway. So when one comes in, the goal, and I've talked to the chief about this, is keep one of the ones that is scheduled replacement as a spare, so that gives you 5. Yeah, it may have a higher mileage or whatever, but it's better to have 5 in your armor, if you will, or arsenal, than 4. So, that would be the play as some of these come in, you know, you'll keep a spare, you just choose which one of those spares, you know.
And we have a robust maintenance. We contract with Findlay Fire. The other thing to be aware of is these are emergency vehicles. So a lot of the things that we're seeing, you know, Madison Ford can't service. And that plays into the turnaround time to get them repaired and brought back. It's not necessarily an engine issue, it's your patient care compartment. There's lots of bits and pieces to a truck.
So is M3 even in service right now?
We are all in service right now, and I'm gonna knock on wood.
Okay.
But we're good. But I want to show the trend there, of, you know, and we have great, I mean, networking, we all work together. Orange gave us a truck. We've given trucks, so like, there's contacts we can have to, you know, we all have our own challenges when they decide to show up. Thankfully, we're not in one of those right now.
All right, let's keep moving.
Uniforms and wearing apparel, that's to outfit our team. Books and subscriptions, paramedic classes, medical supplies, we're seeing an increase. I did remove, one of our initial requests was $21,867.84 for a blood program. That's services that a lot of local agencies are providing. But for this fiscal year, I know it's tight. We took that out. I always bring this up to the board. Each budget request, there's a lot of chatter with the DEA, Board of Pharmacy, about having to buy your own medications, store them. Supervisor Dawson, we've sat in with the TGIMS meeting, and just for time's sakes, we're okay. But if anything changes, it's roughly $15K to be able to get the devices needed to track all that. But I don't think we need that money, but I want to make y'all aware that it could be mid-fiscal year when they say go. Dues and memberships, Virginia Volunteer Rescue Squad and VIGIMSA, which is a EMS group. It's important to be involved with these folks because the information we need to make decisions, a lot of that comes from them. The UVA Scopes Grant, you'll see that's actually income. So we've partnered with UVA. Huge shout out to Tiffany and the Community Paramedicine Program. But $14K is expected to come back. Rent for the current station is $3,200 a month. Mileage, I rarely ever get a request for that, so that's why the number's low. Lodging and meals for conferences, et cetera. Seminars and tuition, again, continuing education, trying to make sure we're up to date with what's going on. Office equipment and office furniture. If y'all come down to the station, you'll see the chairs are in disrepair. We've made requests the last couple of times to get them replaced, but they're in bad shape. IT equipment, I initially had money in there for the laptop computers, but Bruce, as he talked about, that's going to move to the Capitol under his department, so I took that out of ours. Communications equipment, you know, with the new radio system, we don't know what might break. Brian shared that an antenna is roughly $7,500 versus the $12 metal antenna we have now, so keeping money there. Equipment other, $11,000, so we have ventilators. We're required by the Office of EMS, it's a regulatory requirement that all equipment has to be safely secured in the event of a crash. So we don't want a ventilator missile. That is what I have for budget. Happy to answer any questions.
All right, who has questions on this?
Yeah, I guess, well, the big things that jump out for me, Noah, are the salaries and wages overtime, up 25%, and salaries and wages part-time, up 32.8. And I guess you might already answered that one, because you want to increase it from 12 to 18.
Yes, sir.
But the overtime, so what's up with overtime?
Overtime is we can't pay, unlike your fire and EMS departments, overtime for us is 41, not 53.
Anything over 41?
Anything over 40.
Over 40,
Yep.
yeah.
So, and that, what I'm about to present on, I think is going to answer your question.
Okay.
Yeah.
And Noah, I'll fix the note. Chief Hillstrom, I have a note that says 12 for the part-time section. I need to change that to 18.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
All right, one other quick thing. Workman's comp went down? Now, that's rare. I guess their claims have been down.
We did get notice of, yeah, we did get a decreased notice from them.
So EMS doesn't have their own category of workman's comp that, I'm sure they do.
Those
I'll
numbers
check with-
come from Ms. Struthers.
Yeah, I'll check with Tilly just to confirm, but we did get a decrease.
I just want to make sure that's
Yeah, I understand.
good. Yeah,
Yep.
that's, all right.
All right, Noah. Let's go to the next page, I guess, of your sheet.
Yes, sir. So I'm going to walk down the talking points. The summary of what I'm about to present on, retention saves money. I know money's tight, but we hemorrhage money when we don't retain our people. So across the nation, retention has been the #1 issue over the last 4 years, and I'd be willing to bet longer than that. And the second bullet point, the National Registry of EMTs, they conducted a nationwide survey, and the turnover rate for EMS professionals are 20 to 30% annually. That equates to an entire new department every 4 years. And that is happening to us. We validate that study. In the last 3 years, I want to skip down to that one, we have lost 22 team members over the last 3 years. 4 advanced level providers, one was an EMS lieutenant, they all went to Greene County. Just this year, we've hired 10. So a paramedic with 2+ years of experience has an average orientation time. So orientation is defined as the time it takes to ensure a team member is ready to go out and practice, taking care of people, your loved ones, is about $10,000, 190. We've never had to hire paramedics right out of school. We've hired 2. I averaged their salaries out, $29,972. One just got released, one is not released, and we've had to refigure that out. It's expensive to hire new people. If we had to hire 10 new providers, and again, we hired 10 people just this year, is $299,720. Part-time and overtime has to cover that. Their position's on the unit. The supervisor, yeah, that's your overtime. Many of our employees commute here, 45+ minutes. So if we do a circumference from where they're coming from, y'all see it. I've sent the job advertisements we see every day. Why do they come to Madison? We want them to come to Madison. We want to retain them. We want to retain the experience, which is 14 years across our department. You need experience in a rural area to take care of the community. And we're seeing that with our, and there's nothing to get, we all start from school somewhere, but it takes time to get folks up and going. So those are my talking points there. Page 2 of the packet that I gave you. What you see in red are the team members to the left. I wanted to provide you the cost of orientation hours, the length of orientation, the projections of uniform costs, PPE costs, salary, everything. That $300,000 number is real. So when you look at the last two lines at the very top of the 33,099 and 26,845, divide that by 2, that's where I came up with that 29 number. And that's where we're getting it over the 10 years.
Oops, say that again. Where are we?
Page 2 of your packet,
Yeah.
to the right, just above the yellow 105,884 number.
Mm-hmm, yeah,
The 33 and the 20, I need glasses nowadays, 26.
yeah.
That's the two numbers with our new employees just out of school that I've averaged to calculate new employee orientation time. That's how we got the 2,000, or excuse me, the 200,000, call it $300,000 number. The color code is just, it's by time here in the county. So we've got more yellow, orange, and red than green. So that's loss of institutional knowledge. That's loss of county knowledge. That's loss of taking care of loved one knowledge. So we need to retain, if we can save that $300,000, and I know people are gonna leave, but if we can cut that attrition down by half, that's more than paid for the comp study that we're asking for. Happy to answer any questions on that.
May I real quick? Chief, I got a question on the bullets that reference the 22 team members in 3 years and 10 team members in last year. Is that a combined FTEs and PTEs or all FTEs?
Combined.
All right, thank you.
However, in red, those are all full-time hires. So moving on page 3 is the proposed public safety pay scale. This has been fluid dialogue. I had a good meeting with the leadership team. I do recommend changing 2 of the grades. And this is to recognize paramedic training, critical care training, and experience. We need to recognize that. A Lieutenant 1, and here we go with jargon, I'll do my best to explain it, but that's the basic life support provider, which is less training than ALS, which is advanced life support. But we do recognize leadership doesn't necessarily mean you have to be an ALS provider. But to make the salaries, the mid-max, more equitable with our Lieutenant 2s that bring 20-plus years of experience, the way the current one is listed up on the screen, it was inequitable between the 2. That was the feedback, and I do believe in that. I also spoke with Ms. Warren. The proposed change will add roughly $400 more to each of the proposed with experience or without.
You're talking about the 2 items, PS7 and PS11.
Yes, sir.
What do you propose changing it to?
That's the proposal. Yeah, so right now you'll see Lieutenant 1 is PS9 and a Lieutenant 2 is a PS10. So in your packet is their recommended changes. So we're reducing 1 and adding 1. As our recommendation.
And as Chief Hillstrom mentioned, when he called me and asked me about this change, I ran the numbers and it was so insignificant, it was $400. I told him, I said, let's not redo the packet, we'll just talk to it tonight.
All right. Anybody got a problem with those 2? All right, let's move on to the last page. Or the second to last page.
So this one, this really is, when we talk about retention, where it's at. I do believe in apples for apples, and I will reference green. They're EMS only. They're right next to our county. We have lost people. We've lost leadership. And what keeps me up at night is trying to make sure that when someone calls 911, we've got a team to do it. And I'm very worried about it. 22 people over 10, I mean, it just, the numbers are there. I'm not making it up. We've got to keep our people. How do we do that? Culture, which we're working on, mental health, communication improvement, et cetera. But what stops our people from that drive 45 minutes going somewhere else that's throwing the $15,000 and $20,000 sign? I need your help for that. When we compare the numbers, and if we can keep our people, that $262,000 number of an increase, retention is going to pay for itself. And if we can do that year over year, it's going to more than pay for itself. Because we are hemorrhaging people and hemorrhaging money. I did a quick comparison again with green. So our current pay scale for an EMT basic, which is a PS9, is $35,246 starting. Green space is $47,753. Our paramedic, $40,802. Greens is $53. I compared that to the proposed public safety pay scale without experience, $47,066 for a basic, to Greens $47,753. This is why this public safety pay scale is so critical, because now we're part of the game. Same with the paramedic, $57,209 to $53. And then when you look at the experience, which if I'm on the stretcher, I would love to have somebody taking care of me with experience, you're at $51,678 for a basic and $64,239. So yes, it is more money. I get it. And I need your help and guidance on how we can keep our people. I also did the numbers because Greene offers 1% for each year of experience up to 20. So Greene County's base rate, again, for a basic is $47,753. Our average experience is 14, so what's 14% of that? It's $54,438, and we've got a base starting at $35,246. Same with the paramedic, $61,167 for 14 years of experience going across the county line. Happy to answer any questions. And by the way, I know this is a tough budget year, and I appreciate your evaluation and support in asking questions. But we've got to, I mean, this is just going to be a compounding problem if we can't figure out how to keep our people.
You mentioned a lot of your staff is coming from out of the area, 45-minute drive. Are they coming from south of us, north of us, all around?
It's a mix.
It's a mix.
Yeah, Lake Monticello, Albemarle.
I'm just wondering, like Greene County, is it closer to most of your people coming out? Is that another advantage? They don't have to drive as far?
Yeah, we do have folks that live in Greene. But we know we're not going to compete with Fairfax. I know we're not going to compete with Culpeper, but we ought to be looking at it because most of our paramedics have critical care certification. They have a CCP pay grade, which we don't. That's $61K. So they could go south or they could go north. And I can't, there's a lot of jargon in EMS, but the care delivery, we get thank you notes. We have surveys that are sent out when we do our billing. They come back, 5 stars. The community is happy. We need to retain that.
So Noah, you've come up with 262,676 there, which is 135 over what our study did. What did you factor in to get those numbers?
Yeah, so as I worked with Ms. Warren.
Yeah.
And so how we got to that was using the public safety pay scale that proposed. You took the min grade and you multiplied that by 0.012% for years of experience with Madison, and that's your figure 1. Figure 2 is base salary times 0.01% for years of experience outside of Madison is your second figure. I've been advocating for 20 years to match Greene. The guidance I received is 15 years, so that's the number we use. So you take your figures 1 and 2, add them to the minimum base scale, and that's how you get your number. And that's how the numbers increase from the bottom total.
So you put no cap at all on the years of experience.
15 years.
You put a 15-year cap.
Yeah, and I recommend 20 because our number one competitor, which is EMS only, we're EMS only, they're EMS only, is Greene County. And they cap it at 20. But these figures here are based off of 15.
Oh, there it is. You wrote that down at the bottom, yeah.
Up to 15.
I have a question, because I got to go through all these, but I think one rendition I saw, and I appreciate pay grades, because they matter, and then you have to fit people in. So when you're looking at years of service, even if it's outside years of service, when we created these 2 lieutenant divisions, it was advantageous because it gave pathway to some, people you had in-house that had leadership skills. They may not have the paramedic certification, and that's the distinction primarily between the 1 and 2. So in any of these scenarios, names set aside, because I think I saw some discrepancy, is there a case where someone that doesn't have that paramedic certification, that's a lieutenant, I forget which one's the 1 or 2, would make more than the other lieutenant that has the higher certification?
Yes, sir. And that's the recommendation of why we need to change that figure.
Which is the going to the 11 and taking the other one to the 7?
Yes, sir.
All right, tracking, thank you.
EMT training's roughly 3 to 6 months, depending on the program. Depending on the program, paramedic could be a year, could be 2 years. And a lot of them are community college level. They're different. EMT is very important. Got to remember the basics, but as a rural county, we do need that advanced life support toolbox, is what I call it.
Well, here's a tongue twister.
Think about this.
None of these adjustments are reflected in your original budget request of $3,022,000.
Yes, sir.
The call volume being about 2,000 calls per year.
Yeah, but there's a talking point there. Think of a baseball team.
All right.
You got to pay for the uniforms and the coach and all that to play the game. So the stand-up is the same, no matter how many calls we run.
Anybody have any questions here? I mean, this is a bunch of information. I'm sitting here trying to figure out where I want to be at.
Yeah, I need to.
I don't think us sitting here staring at this. You've got one more page. I'm sure that's positive. What's the last page? Let's do that one.
This one's just quick. So we need
all right.
behind-the-scenes support to make the magic happen. I've contrasted Madison and Greene as far as administration. Assistant Chief Helm is also the Emergency Services Coordinator, but we have no equal positions. We don't have a manager, a captain, a training officer, recruitment, retention. All those fall on top of us to include infection control and all the things. And then 3 shift lieutenants. The lieutenants, not a lot of talking, is we have a different schedule. So we have a lieutenant for each shift. We have 3 shifts. Greene has 4. But with the loss of the Assistant Chief of Operations, those responsibilities have landed across the entire leadership team. And I do think that plays a part of these orientation costs with our new hires, because there's so many different hats we're wearing. It's hard to juggle all of it.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, ma'am.
I have a question.
Please.
Chief Hillstrom, you mentioned that the paramedic at Green starts at 53,000 and ours is 57. Should we consider changing that grade if we're trying to match closer to Green and from a PS8 to a PS7, I think is the next one down?
Potentially, but we need to answer the years of experience question.
Understand. And how about any other grades in any other positions? Did we overshoot Green in any other category?
No, the paramedic one, I think I would stay the course. Because I heard Supervisor, I know, where is the ceiling going to stop? The tit for tat. And that's a question I don't have an answer for. But I don't think it's smart to reduce right now.
So do we have this spreadsheet? It seems like do we have this spreadsheet?
That's been adjusted pretty substantially.
I'm having a hard time seeing.
Well, that's your age.
Yeah, I
am too, that's all right.
The one, I'm just gonna say it, and it's not gonna be popular at all. I am concerned that increasing this with national trends being 20 to 30% turnover is not going to make a whole lot of difference. On a short term, and when I say short term, I mean 3 or 4 months, it might. I am very, very skeptical. And you're talking 262 and a half new money. That goes to Cardi's 1.5 cents on real estate. Just new money. Every call is costing about $16.28 if you run it at the 2,000 off the projected FY25 budget with the additional 262 and a half. I don't know how that runs together, but I am concerned that this is a money issue, but it's also a culture issue. And I understand preserving talent and then not having to have a release for the training, which does have value, but I am very, very concerned about throwing money at this year and then throwing big money again at this for the next handful of years as we try to compete with everybody else as we just keep chasing each other's tails. And quality of service is very, very good. Advocated when we were talking volunteers, ALS is the gold standard, it's what we must have, being a small service and county. But I am concerned about throwing money at this. And I'm not saying the value's not there or diminishing anybody that's working. And wearing hats in small departments, that's just the way the world works. But I am super, super concerned, and we are talking about big dollar figures here. And that's not even taking into account ambulances at $450K that we're gonna be ordering every year. Why don't we review this? How steep is our agenda this upcoming Tuesday, Jonathan?
Tuesday's fairly light.
I'd say that we probably should come back to this, and I encourage everybody to reach out to whoever you need to talk to try to understand this and have some type of direction. Maybe we can talk about this on Tuesday, if that seems.
Yeah, no, what kind of wiggle room have you got in here?
Yeah.
I mean, this is the, well, I don't want to say Mercedes, because we got a Mercedes ambulance sitting
Jerry
over,
didn't even want it.
over in the lot. Is this the Cadillac of, I mean, this is the Cadillac of what you think it would take, or you got some?
My strong recommendation is if you want the level of service you have now, which that can be adjusted, I call it an insurance policy. I need your guidance on what you want. Because we can go to basic life support units, that saves money, but your clinical ability is less. There are options. And I hear you loud and clear about the glass ceiling, but we need people to get into these $450,000 ambulances.
So to Chief Hillstrom's point, and I appreciate that because he and I have spent a lot of time together answering a lot of questions from a non-EMS provider. So things you're hearing is he's asking for direction. So, and I've asked Brian, I think he's looking at his notes now to see if green is all ALS or ALS BLS. This goes back to the prior director, so it's not, and I understand both visions, is to have ALS, period. So you're in a rural community a little further away than Green is from Charlottesville. I believe that's kind of their strategy on that. So other counties may have that combination of an ALS, BLS, and that's the difference of the level. You know, you need to have a paramedic on an ambulance to be an ALS versus BLS. So there's some costs there. We are strictly EMS. Fire is not in our duty. If you had fire, 53 hours, more than 53 hours is when OT kicks in. OT kicks in with us at 40. Staffing levels, we are 3 shifts, 7 per shift with a minimum of 5 per shift. Or is that 6? 5. What is the, our neighbors south, 4 shifts?
Green is 4 shifts. They do have basic life support units. They do have ALS providers in the Chase.
And they have 2 shifts of what?
But
6
even-
and 2 at 5?
Right, the big difference, and Brian, I'll let you speak on it, is dispatch.
How they dispatch the call?
Is right now, we have, it doesn't matter what the call is, you're getting everything. But if we start doing tiered responses, BLS or ALS, we've got a whole lot of work to do.
So to that point, I mean, we know we have an aging population, so it really is fair to ask those questions, which level of service and so forth. And I think that's where we stick out ahead of others, is that service level provider. You have folks who are instructors or been flight medics, and the list goes on with certifications and experience. But I just wanted to kind of throw that out there for the board. Some of you may be aware, not aware, of the confines in a EMS only OT versus fire, how that kicks in, and how our staffing level. A lot of those notes that you get is because we're at that ALS level, in my opinion. So, Mr. Chairman, I heard Tuesday would be in order for this.
Yep. Yeah. Let's look at it again on Tuesday. Reach out to Jonathan, Brian, Noah, whoever you need to talk to. I also encourage, Jonathan, all y'all back here, Ms. Warren, see what y'all can figure out on this one as well. Yeah.
Well, one thing I'd add to that, Mr. Chairman, and we're going to track, we will have Sheriff's Office in momentarily. I want to look at this public safety sector as a whole. I believe there's some alignment that you all may have looked at that put certain positions maybe comparable to theirs. So once I hear their presentation to see how they approach years of service, I want to make sure I'm looking at apples to apples.
Yes, sir.
Anybody else have anything for Noah?
No, your opening comments, Noah, you got that written down, you gave a pretty good spiel, but it was a lot in there.
Retention, that's all, retention is what, the one thing I can say is if we retain our people, you are saving money.
All right, anything else? All right. All right, thank you, Noah.
Yes, sir, thank you.
We have the sheriff next. I hear that one's gonna be, we're gonna have to talk for a while, and then we've got closed session and cover a whole bunch more ground. Y'all wanna take like 5 minutes,
Getting cold in here.
please?
Yeah, it's hitting me on the back of the shoulders, yeah. Huh? Oh, well, let's adjust that a little bit.
No, I'm gonna take that. I did not review, so I put that on me, so we're good. His question is fair.
Yeah.
And, but.
You're right.
We can't, I mean, if, what I didn't say, I'll say this way, just for sitting here. We're trying to hit incremental. We can't do it all at once. So if we look at where our ranges are now, like the one we just talked about, starting at 33, 35, we're taking a minimum range to 47,000. So that's, I think it's good. But I am interested to see how y'all's years starts coming out, because I want to make sure I'm apples to apples.
Well, I can tell you that the models are apples to apples.
The model.
That both models are apples to
So the
apples.
difference is the outside years of
Yes.
service is different based on number of employees.
Well, and the years of service that our people have don't go up to 15.
You don't have those that are retired, Fairfax had a pension now coming here, that calculates to that. And you're still rolling. You're still rolling. Which I'm fine with, I'm just saying. No, we'll,
It was not first.
I know. Coat on. I got a chill for some reason. Oh, we don't? Yeah.
Sheriff, how you doing? Okay.
Oh, Lord. That bowl of cereal I had earlier today, gone. I know. Yeah, Charlotte used to bring snacks. Yeah.
yeah, you got these on the project, that's one of the projects, absolutely.
My blue course.
How can we do?
I know. Yeah, I'll have to run by there and maybe get something to go.
Suggestions, and then when I work with the folks in the meetings. You can show somebody else, that's fine, I didn't know about the plan.
She's what? In Richmond?
I'm gonna send you an email tomorrow, I've got some questions I wanna ask you, and some things that you could provide for us, be very helpful. Thank you, ma'am.
Was that?
That's so true, too.
How's the weather today?
Yeah, all in all, not to play. From nine. Yeah, see, my sister-in-law cooks at Blue Quartz, so on my way home, I pop in there, get shit on it, and something. I went through, like, all my leftovers and watched over a week old. Yeah. Yeah, before I came here, I opened my fridge and looked at my bowl of cereal. So that's what I had. Yeah.
Oh, well,
She promised me she would blow it up so I could read about it.
no, I see your big piece of paper over there.
How long?
Joel, we know the sheriff would like to go into closed session. Would Joel like to listen to what the sheriff has to say, go into closed session, and come back into open session so we can go run through some of these sheets to give direction to Jonathan and Miss Warren and everybody? Does that sound reasonable? I know it's getting late.
Yeah.
I don't think we have a play here. Ms. Wheeler, please proceed.
Okay. Afternoon, thank you. Here with our quick budget. I'm sure you all had a copy of it, you all seen it. We've had some ups and downs, we've had some major cuts, minor cuts. One of our biggest things is reference to some of our maintenance contracts have increased due to some of the equipment we have purchased. So unless you have any questions, if my totaling's wrong, my budget is only increasing $8,485. So it's open to you, any questions you may have. We found out today, the other day, that we are receiving approximately over $1 million to the comp board. So that 2.79 will drop down 1.97 what we receive back. So any questions that you have, self-explanatory. Like I said, we made some cuts some places. Radio system we cut because we get a new radio system. Our overtime, we cut that a little bit because now on paper, we have a full staff, but we still have 2 people in the academy, and they will be up and operational sometime in August or September this year. So as of right now, paper full staff, but we're still too short on people. So any questions you may have. The last 2 ARPA grants, we mentioned that. Sarah's going to mention it.
Lieutenant McKnight about our grant process, how it's improved greatly. Thanks to Ms. Warren, Sarah, and Troy in the back, where last year we may hit 1.5 grants, and we're working somewhere between 5 and 6 grants. We were finally getting our grant system up and running thanks to Ms. Warren and Lieutenant McKnight. And that was the ARPA grant, which is on your last page. We were able to buy equipment that we cannot, pretty much, I don't come to you and ask for, so we can get through these grants we have. And I think the county's already receiving some funding back from this grant right now. Any questions on my budget?
Any items going down your sheet, Sheriff, that you want to identify that you think is worth noting? I mean, in the past, we've talked about guns and bulletproof vests and drones and everything else, nothing on there you want to go with?
We good. The biggest thing, we were hoping to get a free canine drug dog. That fell through. The trainer in Culpeper, Brian Arrington, he found us a dog, but we could not actually use the dog. So we're actually in the process now buying a short hair German Shepherd, and hopefully in the next 60 to 90 days, that program will get up and running. Sarah's going to hit on the issue we've always talked about, fentanyl. It's here. It's coming through here. We see it every day. Every day. And that's hopefully with this drug canine, will be a drug dog. That $10,000 item will go toward purchasing a dog. Dogs are anywhere from $8,000 to $10,000. Don't see anything else where we went down. Fuel went up a little bit. As we all know, the price of fuel these days. Issues with the phone bill, that's been resolved. Our academy dues are increasing. They haven't gone up for multiple years from $620 to $7 something else. That was an increase there about. And our computer backup and server and updates went up 200%. But we're still at $8,400. That's all our increase was. So we're years ago, I used to say I used to be able to hide money. We don't hide no money no more. It's that much of a close budget. That's what we try to do, because we all pay taxes every day. You know how that is. Any questions?
Yeah.
Anybody have anything on those?
Okay, Sarah's got a quick presentation. I'll be back up.
Uh-oh.
That's normal. Grace is not my name for a reason. A little shorter. So good evening. I'm Sarah McKnight, Lieutenant Criminal Investigations Division. So we just wanted to kind of give a brief presentation. Sheriff's Office, everybody has an idea of what the Sheriff's Office is, what the Sheriff's Office does. But we kind of wanted to kind of give you some highlights because our functions are a little different than what some people may or may not expect. So our general daily functions, these are our core functions that we perform daily. It's expected. We have patrol functions. We respond to our routine calls and complaints. It's 24-hour service, 7 days a week. Always have coverage. A minimum of 2 deputies. We try to get more. Coverage, as you know, sometimes can be light. Criminal Investigations Division. We enforce and investigate crimes to include misdemeanor and felony offenses. Primarily felony offenses is what we work in criminal investigations, but we will do some misdemeanor cases. And we also participate in the narcotics and gang task force. We have 1.5 officers, and when I say half, that is a part-time employee that is assigned primarily to the task force. When we are short in criminal investigations divisions, we will pull those 2 units back to help with general investigations to kind of pool our resources. We do traffic enforcement. Traffic enforcement has gone up significantly. We have a younger staff who loves traffic enforcement, and then therefore our numbers have gone up in that area. There's also been a need for it, as you all know, Route 15 problem that we're dealing with. Traffic fatalities. As Troy was saying earlier, telling some of the citizens, the average speed that our deputies are getting on Route 29 is over 100 miles an hour. So traffic enforcement is an absolute necessity. We do offer highway safety for our officers. Then we also have the Civil Process and Court Services Unit. This is comprised of 2 full-time employees and right now 3 part-time employees. they also handle TDOs, ECOs, all of those transports, so it's our transportation. Additional services we offer, we do funeral escorts for mainly parties, but any funeral that needs traffic control, special event security, special event traffic control, extra patrols for citizens upon request. We will also do that service, even if it's not upon request, for crimes, victims of crimes, to assist. We do run highway safety. We have the Triad program, SRO program, DARE program. We do gun safety classes and the RAD program. We also do vehicle lockouts, which is not listed. Brief overview of our agency. I'm sorry, if you guys could skip ahead some slides. Those are the services we provide. We'll just go over. And then this is our agency makeup. So our personnel consists of 25 full-time sworn personnel. 12 of them are patrol deputies. We have 4 full-time criminal investigators, 1 part-time, 1 full-time court unit, which is kind of technically 2 if you count the lieutenant, 3 part-time court units, 2 SROs, and 1 part-time SRO who is filling in a couple days a week in middle school. And then we have 2 full-time admin staff. The divisions, again, we have patrol division, courts, criminal investigations, the K-9 unit, narcotics task force, which falls under criminal investigations, but they are kind of a separate entity. Sheriff touched on this a little bit. We are trying to supplement our budget with grants. That is something we had not taken advantage of in the past. So we have recently revived the grant program. We had some grants, but we were missing out on a lot. Every grant that is available to us through DCGS that we are actually eligible for, we have an application either pending or in process for. So as of right now, ARPA grant was a huge one that we got. Thank you, Jennifer, for your help with that. We were able to purchase a lot of equipment, a lot of supplies that brought us up to date with some stuff we were behind on. That grant totaled, I think the total ended up being over $181,000. And it was reimbursed. At this point, we have purchased everything that we had requested. And I think we're waiting on the final reimbursement at this time. They were very quick on the reimbursements for this grant. So one of the things we did purchase with ARPA, which is very helpful for our agency, is the Cellbrite. Cellbrite is a digital forensic cell phone and computer digital downloads all cell phones, computers, and so forth. We were outsourcing that service. And that service, when we outsource it, can take anywhere from a week to 6 months, depending on the priority of other agencies that we had to wait on. We're able to do that now. The grant also funded the 2 certifications for 2 officers to be certified to run that. So we have that up and running. The certifications have already come through. We're actually tomorrow going to be downloading our first 3 cell phones for cases in-house that were within the last 2 weeks. We will not have to wait and outsource and travel around the state of Virginia, depending on who's available to do that for us. So, and then ARPA also funded 11 computer upgrades for our patrol vehicles. We used the Microsoft Surfaces, and we were able to upgrade the 11 services, which cut that out of our budget because, as you know, computers don't last too long in today's world. So we were able to upgrade 11 of those computers with the ARPA grant. Additional grant that we have gotten for the last few years, we were just approved for 2 weeks ago, is the LOLE block grant. We used that grant. It's $1,300 this year solely to purchase evidence. That evidence is used to outfit all of our patrol vehicles and supplement CID. Evidence, as you know, is disposable. We use it for processing kits and such, so as we use it, it has to be refilled. So the grant covers that, and that is a continuing grant we get every year, and that usually covers most of what we need each year. To the right, you will see the current grants. I have recently submitted 3 applications, one for continuation of the SRO in Waverly, Yale, and the 2 new SRO grants, hopefully to fulfill the middle school and primary school. That will put an SRO in every school if we're approved. Side note to that, that is a competitive grant, and we are competing with agencies such as Albemarle, Loudon, and Fairfax, who each, if not more, have requested 9 of those positions. So we're hoping to at least get one, and at the very least, the continuation of the SRO that we already have. So those applications have been submitted. And then I am currently working on 2 burn grants from JAG. One is for equipment and supplies, which will also help supplement some of the upgrades and stuff that we need. And then the second is a special duty overtime pay, and there's different areas that we can focus on, such as narcotics, traffic, pretty much any area that we would need additional enforcement for. So navigating those as we speak. Some of the new things that we have, a lot of new things going to the young crowd, and they're very innovative and come in and get things started. But we had the K-9 program in the past. It didn't last too long. We were back in the process with that. We did get that approved in last year's budget. That money was set aside for training and equipment, and then we were looking for a donation of a dog. We've been through the process of a donation of a dog, and it has not worked out in our benefit. They actually donated a dog. The dog went through testing. It was not suitable or sustainable for narcotics work. And unfortunately, that's just the nature of the beast. We have went every avenue, but we're at the end of this budget year, so we're looking to purchase a K-9, and then we'll use, if approved, the next K-9 budget next year for the training and equipment. That also is going to be supplemented hopefully with some of the grants that's also covered if we put it in for the burn grants, some of that. We're just going to navigate how we use some of that. We've also revived our triad program. That's the program where we visit and offer services and advice and work with our seniors. Fraud is a huge thing that we're working with, and we're targeting our senior population. So our investigations division, along with Commonwealth Attorney's Office and Social Services, actually has revived that, and they have monthly lunches and meetings and presentations with our senior site, and they've also done several presentations at the library. You can go to the next. So this is just some basic statistics. It's overall, it's not a detailed breakdown. It's just to give you an idea of kind of the numbers we're working with. But the 2023, we served over 2,458 civil orders. That's protective orders, subpoenas, anything issued by court. We had 2,585 traffic citations. 12 deputies wrote that many traffic citations. That many traffic citations had to be entered by one records clerk. We had 289 arrests, but that's 612 total criminal papers. How that number breaks down is one arrest would be multiple warrants. So the total amount of warrants would have been 612. We had 10,682 calls for service. That's our overall call volume. We had 12 deputies responding to those calls and handling those complaints. Next slide. So this is just kind of a breakdown and kind of from the investigation side point of things. In recent years, we have experienced a variety of violent crimes. You all know we had a homicide that stemmed from sexual assault in Orange County, recently convicted, got a life sentence. We've investigated homicide, sexual assaults, aggravated assaults, egregious child abuse cases, recent arrest, lawful removal of 8 children, child abuse case, $1 million frauds. We took federal, got a 13-year conviction. It was over $3 million worth of money taken, and many other serious offenses. And many of these offenses have resulted in the arrest of the perpetrators. These are the same types of offenses that our neighboring agencies are working. We're doing it with less personnel and less resources. However, the results are the same. In many agencies, personnel are responsible for one function. They have their set duties. In an agency such as ours, we are responsible for multiple functions. Our daily assignments are based on the needs of the agency and the county. Many of our deputies are cross-trained for different functions, making us unique and professionally diverse. All of our personnel participate in mandated continuing education and training, as well as voluntary specialized training. So they have the option to specialize in certain things, which each of us have done. We also, Madison County, if you ask our academy, we provide a large sum of instructors for our academy. Our guys are very well versed in CPAT, and we provide a huge service to our local academy, which trains Charlottesville, Albemarle, Harrisonburg, many agencies that are larger than us. We have a huge instructor base for that. And we have a lot of specialties. So not just our criminal investigations division, but we have a lot of specialties and specialized training. We actually go out of Madison County to assist other agencies in training. I know Troy and myself and many of our other deputies have done so. So with all of that said, we just want to say that the level of service we provide to Madison County is comparable to the agencies around us. We don't have as many people, we don't have as much money, but we are providing the same level of service and doing the exact same job that all the agencies around us are doing. So some of the external challenges that we are seeing that is very taxing on resources for us. Immigration, I'm sure everyone who's coming here today has talked about it. We're seeing a huge uptick. Families moving to our communities. The barriers we are encountering is language, lack of resources, and a lack of cooperation due to cultural differences. So we are doing specialized training to adapt to be able to handle these situations, but we are identifying needs. We will say that Culpeper is a huge area where the Office of Refugee Resettlement is placing minors. We attended a conference just last week, myself attended, and they are refusing to let us know when they're placing children in our counties, but it is our responsibility to make sure they're getting education services. How that is happening is when they run away or they're abused is when we're identifying they're even in our area, and they refuse to let us know because they don't want to be tracked statistically on the children they're placing in the communities. There's also an increase in our juvenile caseload. This is a national crisis. This is not Madison County, this is nationally. They're calling it the COVID effect. We are experiencing increasing violence against juveniles, such as sexual abuse, physical abuse, and various forms of neglect. We're also experiencing an increase in offending juveniles, primarily within our schools. Again, it's the COVID effect, and it is a nationwide problem. So that's why we are putting in all efforts for the SROs. And then we have a lack of overall resources. Mental health, we've been talking about it for years. Everyone wants social workers to respond with us or co-response to respond with us. We're welcoming it, but we don't have bodies who can respond with us. We actually were one of the pilot agencies with Culpeper that participated in the Rapid Unit Co-Responder program, but they could not staff Madison County. We had maybe 2 or 3 hours a week they were willing to ride, and then the personnel was changing monthly. We do continue to respond to these calls and situations, and we utilize our special training and de-escalation and crisis intervention team. The goal is for every deputy to be trained in this area, and I think we are at least 75, if not even higher percent there, having everyone trained. And as the guys are coming out of the academy and getting training, that is one of the first things they're going to, because that's one of the biggest situations we deal with. And then internally, the challenge is the same one that every agency has spoken on here today: retention. We're training deputies and losing them to surrounding agencies. Agencies are offering more money for the same job, sometimes an easier job, less functions. Come do patrol for us, all you have to do is patrol. Well, here you can do patrol and whatever else is needed that day. So it's just a hard sell. Retention will allow our agency to function more cost effectively and efficiently, and allow us to provide better services to the citizens of Madison. And then the final slide. So the proposed increases would foster loyalty and commitment to Madison County. Not only do the employees of Madison County deserve it, but we need it to provide Madison County the level of service that the community deserves. So the men and women of Madison County Sheriff's Office respectfully request that you consider adopting the proposed FY25 budget. And as far as competing, I know a lot of people talk about competing with other agencies, and it's hard to compete. At this point, at least from the Sheriff's Office standpoint, we're not even in the equation of competition. We are training ground facilities. People are coming in, hey, I'm not gonna make as much, but I'm gonna get through the academy, get trained up, and then I'm gonna be hireable for any of these other agencies. We're also utilized, a lot of people come here to get started and get trained, and then they're considered certified, and then they go to these agencies who are offering $15,000 and $25,000 bonuses for certification. But I know the group that we have now, many of them are invested in Madison County, and they're not just here because it was a job, they're here because they have connections, family, they grew up here, relatives, they want to be here, and we want to find a way to get them here. Thank you for your time.
Yes, sir.
What are we gonna talk about now?
Salaries.
We have Ms. Warren has been a blessing for the last, her and Troy for the last, how many months? They started working on this process. We would do something, she sent it to us, and said, cut it again. She sent it to us, she said, no, I'm just kidding. But we continue to cut it down to where we think it's reasonable now. We're still not competing with other counties, but we're getting within a price range where we can keep people here. We can keep people here. That's what we're trying to do. It's all about the money. It's all about the money, but we're trying to keep people here. And that's what we're trying to do. And if you have any questions.
Are we?
I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, we've been here a long time. I know we talk about it a lot, but bottom line, you've got two proposals here. You have 1,581,753 with new money at 131,816. There is the comparable number that I understand is y'all have been working together.
This is the one we've been working, the 131.
The 131.
Yes.
So the 1,527, the 1,527,526
Yeah.
with new money at 73,729, and that's the one down at the bottom there. And that shows the starting pay at 54,485 with a $1,400 bonus once they complete the academy. So
Right.
starting salary. Which number are you working off of?
We would like to introduce you, we did away, we had 158. Ms. Warren and Troy's been working on the 131. The lower one, and we don't want to run into this, but we have people been here about a year making what you suggest. When people get out of the academy, they will be making within $400 a person that's been here for 1 to 2 years. That's what we're trying to separate.
The proposal,
Mr. Chair,
please, yeah,
Mayor,
why not?
I've got one on the screen. I think that's different than the packet. So is
Correct.
this what we're working off of, the one you?
There's two. The one in the packet is without years of service added, and the one on the screen now is with years of service at 1%.
So which one would you like to?
Let's work off the newest of them. Do we have this one? It's not on the OneDrive, I don't assume. Do you have copies by chance?
Yes, I
Yeah,
put
so
those in there.
let's work off of copies.
Time look at it, but we're supporting with Ms. Warren's help, the 131. That's what we're
New money.
I don't have my, I can see.
No, it's actually, the one on the
Or B.
screen is 85,000 higher than the comp board study recommendation. It's
For a
158,
total of 158?
158,915.
So that, with the total, with the total of 1,608,852. The discrepancy between the county's version and the proposed revised version is 73,000, or not
85.
73.
It's 85,000.
It's 85,000, yeah. Great.
When we went to the 131, what is that on the screen?
That one is a lot. Let's go to the other one. That's the other one.
The one that's in our packet?
Yes, the one in the packet is the second one.
That's $58,000 difference.
Correct, 58,000.
131 is somewhat of a great, yeah, close to 50.
Yeah, it's 58.
And really, the only difference, you
So
have
that's the one you're
five,
good with? I'm sorry.
five
go ahead.
FTEs that have years of service outside is the,
And we're trying to hold that down, that's what we're trying to do, that's correct.
Previously talking to y'all about trying to make up something on the years of service. Originally, it was talked about doing a 0.5% with a cap of 7.5 years. What about a compromise on that to do it as 5 years, to add up some of these and so that it is somewhat obtainable? Is that even remote?
Just want to come up with something and send it to us on paper. Clay.
I mean,
no issue with that.
y'all just saw, and
Yeah.
we've been here and we were here last night. We're gonna be here tomorrow. The, working off of this, we certainly would, it would be with, going with the revised version at 1,527,526, total salary, and then that 73,729 new monies. That does increase your starting salaries to somewhat comparable to Green, is that right? Yeah. And I think everybody on the board knows kind of where we're at on this thing.
And we can work, we can live with that, we could.
I did run the numbers. It's, it would be 76,575
New money.
new money, over what the comp board. So it's either the 58,000, then it goes up to the 76,000, and then the last one that we saw.
The,
We just have several people here that got, major years of service.
what's the 76?
Assistant law,
Yeah,
trying to assist the
all right.
ones that are starting now.
How many copies do you have, Ms. Warren? give me a handful of copies. Let's be done with this real quick.
If you want to take time and look at this.
Well, you're here, it's late, let's do this. Thank you. All right, this is the one, this is not it.
Here, let me give you just the page.
Yeah, that's what I was like.
Sorry.
Thank you.
That's something different than what's on the screen.
It's adjusted to have the 0.5% with cap of 5. There's 2 for you fellas, pass it down. Yep, that's sheriff. Oh, I don't need that one, God. Save that fun for Tuesday.
Yeah, this one. The one,
I don't have it.
you don't,
Hold on. Do we have one more for the sheriff?
Yeah.
You have to tell what's her name, and I'm sorry about her floor.
These aren't them, Sheriff, I've got.
Well, I mean, can you
Wait
put-
1 second. No, we don't have that capability.
There you go. How many more do we need?
One, yeah, get some, here, make some copies real quick. Take 2 seconds.
Yeah, I mean, that's.
It's really, the only difference is it's capped at 5 years.
Yeah.
Well, no, let's look at it, and then we can at least
So-
get past this.
That's not on the screen.
where was the 131 we were talking about though? Eric?
Now, 131 is the original proposed.
Oh, okay. So,
That
n-
dropped it down
The-
to 58.
what-
Yeah.
That's what's on the screen now.
What,
yeah,
Up there, now she's doing this one here.
oh,
what we're,
Not
yeah,
make a lot of difference, yeah.
okay.
Yeah.
It really
Well-
isn't much difference, but it is a little bit of savings going from the 15-year cap to the 5-year cap. That's the difference between the higher one of those, what was the higher one, 85 down to 76. That's really going from 15-year cap to 5-year cap. It's not a huge change, but it is a change.
what other, comments do you have on your proposed, Ms. Warren?
So that 131 that's sitting up there, that has,
That has 1% for years of service to Madison, and that's be concurrent.
with, up to how many years?
Infinite, because we don't have any people that many years, concurrently.
We're gonna need,
Years guys left and came back,
Yeah,
the 131 don't reflect that, the 158 reflect
we're,
coming back and
we're gonna,
Oh.
and I'm sorry for talking out of school without him here, but we need to come up with something that works for not just the sheriff's department, but also works for for dispatch and EMS. A standardized policy would be better. We know that there are major adjustments here. I think that it all works off of revenue. These numbers, are these numbers remotely close to where you're at? Well, fine. Good Lord, I didn't expect that.
We still have to go in closed session.
Yeah, I know, but that's only 3.
The reason why you present two is one's got the years of service, to Madison concurrently, that's 1%, and then another one's 1% for all years of service, no matter if it's in Madison or outside. And we did that to follow the old pay scale. To be honest with you, so that's what we did. At this point, the years of service, you're gonna have to figure out how you wanna keep people here, with percentage, and how you wanna do that, or even retention. I mean, actually, recruiting, because someone comes in with 15 years experience, they want this. I like experience. To be honest with you, I like having experience on the road.
And there's cost savings associated with experience, especially for the lag time of, what, almost a year, to get these people certified so they can run the roads by themselves.
6 months plus now, it's 480 hours on top of the 450 hours. Really takes approximately 2 years to get a deputy, so he really understands what's going on. Approximately 2 years.
So we don't have a spreadsheet that's a 0.5% up to 7 years?
No, only up to 5.
No, I do have that one as well, but I don't have it printed out. I have
Yeah.
about 5 different versions. I have a version, this is no outside years of service, and this is 1.2% years of service with the county. I have a version that is 1.2 with the county percent, this is the same as EMS, 1.2% with the county and 1% outside years of service up to 15 years. I have a version up to 7 years at 0.5%. I have another one that's up to 5 years, 0.5%.
Yeah.
So I have as many as you want to look at.
Yeah. Just change the variable.
Absolutely.
So I don't think, I mean, we can't go 15 years. We can't go
No,
1% for
You
15
can't-
years, I don't
You
think.
can't do 1%, especially taking outside
Right.
years of service. And 15 years is too long. It's got to be less years and it's got to be less percent.
Yeah, we understand to put a cap on it. We have no issue with that at all. Just make sure it's a fair cap for the people that's been here for
Agree.
25 years, 15, 25 years. That's our question.
I did run the same model for the EMS that I did not present while EMS was here, but I'm happy to, maybe at another meeting, we can look at both, just to compare apples to apples on the up to 5 years and 0.5%.
I think.
But Troy, what do you
No,
think,
we
people
have
coming
to-
in from the outside of county, what works for that?
I know I hate to keep bringing to the agency, Green's giving 1%.
No, yeah, 100%.
Uh-huh.
I agree with that. You can't do that now without them here.
The bracket and everything is pretty complicated. Usually we like to have, 5, 6, 7 years guys of experience. That's like the key for us, because they're starting, they're experienced, but they'll stay.
Young, and yeah.
Yeah, trainable. The 15 to 18, 20-year guys have been there and done that. They're good experience, but throw stuff in our ways. So the 5 to 10-year guys, I like to have those.
All right, so that helps.
And you
So,
look on
a
the
cap.
first thing here, how many
So-
young people we have right now that call less than 3 years. That's, we have so many of those people.
We're really young,
Yeah.
but that's across the population.
What are you thinking on a cap? You just want to see multiple scenarios in the spreadsheet to be able to play with it?
Yeah.
Is
Yeah, but
it-
I mean, it sounds like he just defined a sweet spot, so, 5 to 8 somewhere.
How much more would it be to go to 7 years, Ms. Warren?
Very minimal,
No,
Yeah.
yeah.
very minimal. I have the model I can pull up, but it's very, very minimal to these, I think you've got one at 58, one at 70, one at 80. It's probably somewhere around 60 something. It's just because there's not that many, I think there's only 5 with outside years of service. It's very minimal.
7.
7%, 7%,
No, 7 years,
7 years.
9%.
A half a year.
A half a year
up to
for 7
7.
years at a cap.
So, I think-
Sure. I don't see where that has anything to do with them. 7 years cap.
For service to Madison and service for outside as well.
I don't see why it wouldn't be.
No, it would just be the 7 years for the outside, not the inside years of service. But 7 years would be the cap on outside years of service at 0.5% for those years.
So it's coming in 3.5%.
So what's the deal on the inside then?
Yeah, that's the,
Well, on the inside, we already have it calculated at 1.2. They start at the minimum of the grade. And then it's 1.2% for however many years they've been with Madison.
Oh, I
And that's
see.
just to
Okay.
get them in the right range of the pay scale where they should be between the min and the max, is what we're doing there.
We agree with that.
All right,
if you're doing, yeah, it doesn't matter. If you're, I'm looking at saving money, little teeny pieces. And I think if we're doing 1.23 calculated for years in service, I think we should put a lower cap on it. I mean, couple thousand bucks, a couple thousand bucks. We know EMS is gonna need it. Outside. I
I don't think, I mean, I'm fine with it, but I think the other agencies are gonna get a harder than we are.
Oh, I know.
Yeah.
That's very much.
We'll do 5%, outside 5%.
And
5 years, yeah.
And that's exactly what the handout represents, is
All right.
5 years at 0.5%.
We are.
Everybody okay with that? Let them run, and we're gonna have to go back through this, because Jonathan, Ms. Warren, and Brian are gonna run numbers this upcoming week for this next Thursday. We can start looking at it in a little different way.
Yep.
Does that work?
Sooner or later, this whole damn process is gonna get to the process of what can we afford? And I'm not talking about just this, I'm talking about everywhere, you know?
Good, don't tell people that.
Correct.
All right, let's do closed session. Do you have language?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. No, thank you.
Okay, so I move that the board convene in a closed session pursuant to Virginia Code Sections 2.2-3711A1 for personnel.
Second.
Motion's made and seconded. Further discussion? Hearing none. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. All right, we're in closed session. Yeah.
This conference is no longer being recorded.
What about, is that the go-to and the,
Hold on, give
yeah.
us